Hello, welcome. Do the proper introduction here. My name is Paul Shelley, and welcome to the AstroHistorian. This is a series where I talk about live on YouTube and Twitch lore and its impact, sci-fi and space lore and its impact. Welcome. Like I said earlier, this is a live stream. It's the end of the year 2024, so if you're watching this well after the fact, understand that this has got a date, and so some of this may change. But one of the things I'm going to be doing here in the near future is I'm going to be talking about the Star Citizen main story. Because it was announced at CitizenCon this year that Star Citizen 1.0 will start the main story of Star Citizen, and that specifically it's about the conflict between Earth and Terra. Now, this is going to sound weird, but we've known that this is going to be the main conflict for 12 years now. It was one of the main starting discussion points about Star Citizen's story back when the game was being kickstarted. Actually, back when they were first discussing this at, I want to say BAFTA, or was it GDC? I think it was a GDC. So I know a few people said like, hey, this is going to be a great video. Hopefully you'll enjoy it as background information, but this is a live stream. So I'm going to be less professional than I usually do and less put together as I usually am for my videos, because I have the option of editing that out. I will not be editing this down smaller because I'm literally doing a video on this topic, and it will be probably less time than I do today, but we'll see. So I thought to be able to fully understand the lore of Star Citizen's main story, we should go back and do the thing that Dave Haddock has always suggested new players do, which is read the Time Capsule series. Now, this was the very first lore that was being dropped day after day over the course of several weeks before the Kickstarter went live. So but we've known this for 930 years. Time displacement confuses me. Well, some of this is older, some of it is newer. So. All right. First, we get the Return of Fulgrim and extended lore, and now we get full Star Citizen lore. Yes, that's the other thing that's important to note, is that Chris Roberts, in his letter to the chairman recently, discussed that 2025 is going to be focused heavily on a narrative experience. Each patch is going to bring new narrative experiences to the game. Now, before anyone gets super excited, he was using the example of Overdrive and Save Stanton, which are both very good, but obviously have bugs, and they're still told through text boxes, which isn't ideal for a visual medium that is gameplay, but is Star Citizen. So, but welcome everybody. Let's get started. I'm going to turn the music down so that it's not as distracting, because some people do not like my music levels. The one thing I really want to know more about overall is the advocacy. I hear them mentioned in your videos, but I know nothing about them. I don't go into too much detail about them, but by the way, feel free to ask questions like this too. That's what this is for. I'm going to try to do these at least once a week, probably more like twice a month. So, because it is also known that if you do a live stream and it doesn't do so well, and kind of like the numbers don't get high enough for YouTube, it can actually hurt your search algorithm as well. So I'm going to try to be very specific. If there comes a time where I just have nothing to talk about, I probably won't talk about it. Though I will try to theme all of these specific live streams to a specific piece of lore, and it won't stick to just Star Citizen. I'm going to do kind of a quick run through of all of the great houses of BattleTech before I do the BattleTech video that I'm doing. I will do a quick overview and rundown of, say, the Armored Core story before I do my Armored Core video in the summer, that sort of thing. So before I get started, feel free to ask some questions. Van Hoffman says, one thing I really want to know more about overall is the advocacy. I hear them mentioned in your videos a lot, but I know nothing about them. So the reason why I don't go too in depth about the advocacy is because the advocacy doesn't have a lot of specific, like specific specificity, very like detailed information. It's clear that CIG is keeping a lot of this too close to the chest, either because they haven't fully fleshed it out intentionally, because a lot of stuff in lore, which I often hear in my videos, people come in and say, well, I'm sorry, I'll do the right. Wow, you see, this is absolutely awful lore because it doesn't explain how the quantum particle interacts with normal matter. And because this is obviously what everyone would know in this universe, so why wouldn't we know? Obviously, these are bad writers. And I make that because, like I said, I'm not going to be professional, because that's what it sounds like whenever I hear people complain about stuff like this. And to be more professional and more online, if you don't like the lore, that's fine. I'm not saying you're a bad person because you don't like the lore, but there is a lot of stuff that's intentionally left vague and blank, because this is a video game, not an encyclopedia. And so if it doesn't need to be written for the video game, then it doesn't need to be expounded upon. That's basically it. So effectively, the thing that you need to know is that if it's not too detailed and you have questions about it, you can ask about it with the CIG developers or with the writer or the writing team. But unless it has a direct impact on gameplay in the game right now, it probably won't be expounded upon. And that sucks sometimes. I too want to have a lot more information, especially about early lore, like early pre-UNE times, and between the UNE and UPE, there's a lot of blank spots. But I'm fairly confident that as CIG pushes forward with the narrative Star Citizen, with systems like Pyro, Nexus, and other places, we'll start to see a little bit more lore come out, simply because those systems are very old. So Virgil is definitely on that list of one of the first systems, and as anybody who's followed this channel for long enough knows, Virgil is a very old system, one of the very first settled systems of humanity. So last year Vesco, and yeah, well, this was a gift from my wife for Christmas. So as a result, the reason why we don't know a lot about the advocacy is because they just haven't explained it. The basic details of the advocacy is it's the third branch of the government. It is the criminal justice side. We know it is very flawed because it seems to have the court system, the criminal enforcement side of things, and the bureaucracy of criminality. So effectively, the courts, the cops, and the bureaucratic wheels that make all those things work are all under the same individual person who's known as the High Advocate. One of the recent things they talked about in their lore makers questions was that the advocacy itself, they don't want players to be able to work with the advocacy. They want to be a neutral party. So you won't be able to be like an advocacy agent, just like you won't be able to actually be in the Navy or the Army or the Marines unless you play Squadron 42. But we will be able to work with bounty hunters, as well as being able to work with the CDF, who are literally a wing of they're a civilian wing, but they're a wing of the advocacy. So a special agent in charge, or SAIC, special agent in charge. Yeah, SAIC. An SAIC, which is the head agent of a specific system. Think of them as a marshal, a U.S. Marshal in the U.S. They can call upon the CDF, and the CDF is a specific network of people where you can apply for it, and it requires minimal background checks, and to be able to kind of leverage militia and bounty hunters to do what they need to do. What could possibly go wrong with how all of those things together? Nothing, of course. It's perfect. That is another thing that's important. And as we go through this, I'll kind of explain a little bit. The Star Citizen universe is not a nice universe. It's quite dystopian at times. And it's not an accident that it's dystopian. It's very intentional because it's based a lot heavily off of tape futurism of the 80s. And if anyone who's watched any tape futurism stories in the 80s, you'll know that it's kind of dark. Blade Runner, Aliens, RoboCop. We're not looking at, bright, happy futures. Yeah, no problem. I'll go some more questions and we'll get into it. I would love to see more fleshed out Xenothreat with open arms. I don't know if Xenothreat would really welcome you with open arms because Xenothreat is they're a highly suspicious group which have a very narrow recruitment pool. I don't think Xenothreat will ever be a player friendly group. Question: Would Hurston or ArcCorp ever import workers from Earth? Yes, easily. They do it all the time. As long as you have a contract with Hurston, doesn't matter where you're from, you can work there. Same with ArcCorp. ArcCorp, you can, as long as you want to work there, you can work there. Tell the story about the story time about Squadron 999. There's not much to talk about. I mean, there is, but I kind of talked about it in my Pubathon yesterday on the other channel, the Astro Pub Live. About Michelle Solano, or Sal, Captain Sal. She founded the 999th, probably under the North American Alliance, and specifically as an attempt to sort of keep up with civilian aviation or spacefaring at the time. Armored Core lore from the first game to the last game is awesome, and I know the PS1, PS2 games are linked, likely AC4 and PS1 and 2 era. They're loosely linked. They have the same sort of background that I don't know how firm the lore is, but it's pretty good. One of my online friends is pretty hardcore into lore and game, but I expect only a lot of info is hidden in Japanese-only text. Yeah. Wasn't there a statement about the upcoming quest for citizenship will introduce a certain amount of lore? Yes. In fact, that is what we're going to be talking about today, is that quest for citizenship is specifically linked to the main story, which is the conflict between Earth and Terra. CDF get paid, Paul? Do we know? Yes, they do. Is SAIC Dually the only one we've had in current game? In game, yes. There would be no SAIC for the Pyro system. The next SAIC would probably be for Castra when that comes out. Castra and Terra would have their own SAIC, and the SAIC in Terra would be a big shot, like a huge person, because Terra is one of the major hubs. So. And just because you're the SAIC doesn't necessarily mean that you're the only agent in the system. Sometimes systems will only have one agent in them. And agents kind of like they're marshals. They're sort of similar to Spectres from Mass Effect. They have like wide ranging abilities to just do whatever the hell they want. They're very tough people. And most of them are former military and have like extensive amounts of time there. Like Dually, we know a little bit about her. Dually is former Marine. She was born in Crusader. She was born on Orison and raised in Orison. Likely her parents worked for Crusader, and then she joined the military. And after she came back from the military, she came back home because she joined the advocacy, and they put her in charge of the Stanton system because it was her home. She requested it. She knows most of the movers and shakers inside the Stanton system because she is literally from Stanton, one of the first generations to be from Stanton. And she is absolutely dogged. She is single-minded. She's not very political. She's not very good with the politics game. She's very much like oh my God, I got to keep these stupid companies and keep them in line to do the right thing. So I'd love to hear more from her because she is very much she's played by a member of the community, Anna Dimitriou, who's also a voice actor and an actor. And she became a member of the community after people kind of discovered that she did content online, and so they dragged her into playing, and she's a fantastic person, and she's doing more work with Star Citizen CIG, which is great. Paycheck for her, and I always love to see more from her. She got bullied because we paid for her computers. We bought her a computer as a community. Do UE Marines go through quasi super soldiers program, something to make sure they're elite? Yes, they do. So the Marines are heavily inspired by a multiple different sort of groups. Their origin is very much like a stripped down version of the Spartan program from Halo, or the Astartes from 40K. They're not super soldiers in that sort of sense. They don't have some sort of like augmentations or anything like that, but they are very much, you don't join the Marines join you, or you are chosen to join the Marines. You don't choose to go, the Marines choose you to go to their sources. You cannot willingly sign up. You have to be accepted in them to them, and then you have to survive. It's been referenced that Marine training involves you surviving on the surface of their home world, which is a barely habitable ice rock, and the Marines' home world, or their main base, for probably weeks. And that is your first step before you even get to boot. If you can survive in the harshest environment they can throw you in, then they'll start to train you. And they are a cross between, and the Marines go from everywhere from being, you know, a Marine that you would see today in modern US or Australian or UK sort of Marines, where they are on ships, they are work as security, all the way up to special forces, highly elite drop troops, able to do things like handle the nails, which is the UEE drop pods. And the Marines who drop in nails are the best of the best of the best. You know, I wouldn't be put it past eventually these Marines being augmented, like cybernetically augmented, or some other sort of changes to their bodies, because they're able to survive a nail drop, which is it's a drop pod that is I think 6 seconds. You go from orbit to the surface of a planet in 6 seconds. And the only reason why you survive, and which is barely survive, is the interior of your capsule is lined with with stabilization, or what is it called? I can't remember the name of it, but they're basically Hornet. It's like F7A Super Hornet, F7A Hornet, possibly Mark II stabilizations, which are designed to give pilots the ability to handle massive G's. There's like multiples of them in these pods. So inertial dampeners. Thank you, Northspeak. That's what they're called. Inertial dampeners, which are the only things that are keeping them from just dying instantly. So they're like hell pods. Yes. Hell pods is a good reference for them. Wait, are the imperium means basically the Dukar? I don't recognize that. Look that up real quick. Oh, from Dune. Yeah, to a degree. Would you compare the Xenothreat to the Astartes? No, Xenothreat is more of a PMC. I was ready for the Terra Earth Civil War. We'll talk about that here in a moment. Yes, the Marines should have been Paris Island on the planet scale. That hellhole is already like Catachan from 40K. I mean, this is just very, very cold. I wouldn't be surprised if they change the lore behind the Marines' homeworld to be a series of extremes, where it's like at the poles it's incredibly cold, and at the equator it's just desert, and everywhere in between is jungles or other sort of like Death World style things, so that, you know, Marines are literally thrown into hell and are told survive. Is Terminus and Pyro a reference to the Foundation? Probably, almost certainly. There's a lot of references to science fiction in Star Citizen, so. There's a lot of this, like the specifics about like planets are probably going to change as they go through. But the themes behind it, the idea that the Marines' homeworld is a hellscape. It's intentionally a hellscape, and they never build on it. They build under it because they want to use the planet itself as a training ground. All right, let's get started by looking at the story of Star Citizen by looking at the time capsules. Now, whenever the topic of if you're trying to get into Star Citizen lore, what should you do? Comes up, and we actually asked this specifically to Dave Haddock when I was lucky enough to interview him on my sort of on hiatus podcast called the Lore Citizen Podcast. He said the time capsules are 1,000% where he would start people because it is the basic thing they started with, and it's a good foundation. So let's take a look at this. So the stars get a little closer. I'm going to read these. The morning of May 3rd, 2075 started out like any other. Rebecca Childress sat on the dining table coloring while her mom watched the morning news. It was these moments Rebecca recounted many years later that she loved the most. This day, however, she would stick out in her mind, as well as the mind of every human on the planet. Excerpt from Rebecca Childress' diary. Mommy made omelets again. I was coloring when I saw Daddy on the holo. I screamed for Mom. Danny started screaming and running around the table. Ugh, so annoying. There he was, standing next to the president. They were talking about space and stuff, which is cool, but he was looking so important standing there. We hadn't seen him for so long. He had a beard now. Mommy doesn't like it, but I think it looks funny. Whenever Daddy was about to leave, I asked him why he had to work all the time, and he always told me the same thing. He was trying to give me the stars. Dr. Scott Childress and his team completed the first self-sustaining quantum drive engine capable of achieving 1/100th the speed of light. For the first time, humanity could explore the solar system with unprecedented speed. The context behind this is Dr. Scott Childress. Probably get a better image of him other than just whoever this actor was or whoever this person was. Dr. Scott Childress was a young scientist who was working with this new element called quantanium. Quantanium was discovered through mass atom smashers, basically. I can't remember the name of them. Cyclotrons. Yeah. Colliders. Thank you. Atomic colliders, or there are lots of different names. So this new element was interesting because it was very briefly exist and then disappear. However, when they could study it, it had some insane ability. It was able to manipulate mass. So it could change anything's mass. It could reduce the mass of an object that was nearby or increase it depending on different factors. And the one thing they had learned pretty early on is that if it was next to some radioactive isotopes, it would stick around for a little longer. So it wouldn't just disappear, it would stick longer. And they also realized this was naturally forming. So this element could be naturally forming and would often glob to these radioactive isotopes, even in space. Especially in space, it was a little bit easier to exist. So they had been experimenting with the different ideas of what they could use with this mass-altering element. The thing about it is that quantanium is very odd because it is also incredibly unstable and will go boom. On top of this, during this time period, Earth was undergoing what's known as the overpopulation era, where human population had expanded, but the resources on Earth had contracted. So resources and global warming and resource wars were lack of resources, which led to resource wars and global warming, making everything worse, kind of, or global climate change making things worse, caused a sort of a spiral effect. So nations were already starting to form super nations because it was just go it alone or join up with this other group of like super states that it can pool their resources together to make it easier. But habitable land, arable land became super rare. The end of the 21st century was pretty fucking bad for humanity. So at the time, lots of companies were looking to go to the stars to collect a lot of resources there, specifically around asteroids and stuff like that. And they could bring those resources back to Earth and then use those resources for solving problems. However, that was expensive and only the most richest of countries or companies could do so. So when, and this is going to sound weird because everyone thinks this is weird, myself included, it seems a little cringy. Chris Roberts, not the Chris Roberts who exists in our time, but Chris Roberts that exists in Star Citizen's universe, founded Roberts Space Industries. It was specifically to try to corner the market on space exploration. So he was able to do some work, but not a ton. And the major breakthrough that happened was when he found a research paper by one Dr. Scott Childress, who had theorized using this new quantanium particle specifically as a means to create an engine which could go 1/100th the speed of light. So this engine was a modification of the Alcubierre drive, which does exist today. And by creating this, created the quantum engine. The first quantum engines. The quantum drives we have in Star Citizen right now are Alcubierre drives. They create a bubble around them to displace space using the mass altering properties of the quantanium, and are able to effectively go from point A to point B because they shrink the distance. The actual mass of the quantanium drives itself literally pulls two portions of space together, and then you go across. So. When will the next episode of the full history of Star Citizen release? It was originally scheduled to go this month, but my editor ran into some problems. So soon. I couldn't tell you right now. Probably in the beginning of next year. Particle accelerators. Thank you, Dyslexic Mike. So when Chris Roberts discovered the this paper, he immediately gave Dr. Scott Childress as much money as possible. They met, they talked, they worked out a deal, and Chris Roberts built the quantum engine, which is what we have today. And RSI had the sort of the groundwork for this. And so they were the ones who were able to capitalize on this space exploration early on. All right, so this is another one. This is from the United Times Archive, published April 21st, 2113. And this is the first like plot point that I want to make sure you understand, because that other part was just more of a where do your quantum drives come from? This is specifically one of the major plot points which will come through most of the story of Star Citizen at some point. When Do We Go Too Far? By Hagen Terrell. Unless you've been hiding under a rock for the past week, there's no doubt heard the RSI's latest achievement. So let me recap the Rock Dwellers. They claim to have designed a machine that can, quote, process the atmosphere of a planet to convert it to sustainable oxygen environment, making it habitable for humans, unquote. This isn't the one I was thinking it was. There's another one that goes a little bit later, but this is still important because this talks about terraformation. In short, they're talking about terraforming. Yeah, that's right. The stuff of science fiction. I know everyone's excited about the opportunities this presents, but no one seems to be taking a breath and thinking about what this really means. So once again, it's up to me to be the voice of reason in this techno-hysteria. That's right, dear readers. I'm going to ask the question that no one is asking. You ready? If we can terraform a planet, why should we? Well, I guess this is kind of a plot point. I'll give you a second. Think about it. I'll say it again. Just because we can do something, do we have to? I know the pundits over at SSN TV like to poke fun at me and make me out to be the technophobe, but I'll tell you this. I didn't have a problem with the cloning initiatives. I didn't even have a problem with the gene coding to minimize inherent disorders and diseases. Those things were achievements to help make lives better. What is this for? What is this an aid of? At what point are we going too far? Seriously, we're talking about restructuring the very air of a planet. The planets we're talking about formed for a reason. Who are we to assume that the universe wants us to mold planets to benefit us? We aren't gods, and playing around with the fundamental fabrics of a planet is arrogant and dangerous. I know this is probably going to fall on deaf ears. The world is too high, basking in its own magnificence, but I promise you, nothing good will come of this. Now, there's a couple of references here that become a bit important a little bit later. You may see the whole cloning initiative and go, oh, regeneration. Cloning is different from regeneration, though it does have some connections. Cloning, in this case, cloning was developed and stabilized around this time period, but it was outlawed significantly. I believe that the cloning references this as replacement of body parts, so like organs and limbs and stuff like that, which increased the quality of life. And the gene coding is the basis of what we see now as Project Calliope. Effectively, when you're born, everyone's perfect. And this has been the case for 800 years in the Star Citizen universe, where most of the flaws that come with inherent diseases that can happen are completely coded out from people. Gattaca, sort of stuff. And the reason why this is kind of important is because RSI did create what are known as atmospheric processors. And these processors literally take in the atmosphere of a planet and then convert it to a new substance and then release it back into the atmosphere. And this process takes a lot of time, but it is the basis upon which they're able to clean up Mars. Now, it's not inherently implied, but I wouldn't be surprised if they use the same technology on Earth after they proved it on Mars. Then we'll get to the Mars incident, which is the next part. This is what this is sort of setting up. 2120. So we're talking 8 years after the creation of terraformation. Give these people air. After years of simulations and tests, the government of the world governments of the world pool their knowledge and resources to attempt the first planetary conversion. Test subject, Mars. Teams of surveyors were dispatched to the planet's surface to generate topographical maps and decide atmosphere processor placement. And the test surface examples for possible contaminants to the new oxygen environment. It was our first top-to-bottom exploration of our nearest planet, and the governments of the world weren't going to leave anything to chance. So, a couple things that's important to understand about this. Number one, this is the first sort of unified attempt to create something in space. The superstates of Earth, one of which at the time was known as the North American Alliance. We also know of the EU and I want to say Asiatica. These were all different superstates that existed. There were smaller states in there, but most of the world had to turn to superstates because of the resource wars. And so these superstates got together because they realized this project was too expensive for one company or one group. And they all wanted to have some stake in it. So they formed what was known as, I want to say the Council. There's I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but there's a specific group that they formed. It might have been the Council or, let me look it up real quick. World Summit, that's what it's called. So the World Summit existed, was formed out of the United Nations. So it wasn't the entire United Nations, but it was the superstates who were all part of the United Nations who decided to get together and figure this out. And this caused one of the largest endeavors to happen. Now, it's important to remember that the creation of the quantum drive is huge, because anybody who knows the Alcubierre drive or warp drive understands the implications of what the warp drive can do. Even at 1% the speed of light, we're talking travel to Mars is in hours. Even at the furthest distance, it's like a day to travel from Earth to Mars. So Mars becomes a simple, like, it becomes easier to travel to Mars than it is today to travel to the Antarctic. It's absolutely insane what the quantum drive was able to do for humanity. So we had effectively control over most of the inner solar system by the end of the 21st century. And this led to massive expansions of mining in the asteroid belts and settlement of the moon and other places. Hello? Okay. Oh, can you still hear me? I think I had some audio issues there. Okay. So Mars is being terraformed by this one group, this group of nations. The first time they're working together to do this. And then 5 years later, it all goes wrong. Sentinel News Org. First off, dark 2125, a dark day. Source Sentinel News Org. Mid-Atlantic servers at 7:53 EST. So 7:30, about 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern Time, U.S. Eastern Time. Author Kelly Forsett. Start file. Today is a dark day. In the pursuit of human advancement, the history books tend to favor the brave men and women who succeed. The Wright brothers, the John Glenns, the Edward Princes distinguished themselves because they were the ones that did it and that made it through. But around the monolith of every achievement are the bodies of those who tried and failed. Today is a dark day, and today we're going to celebrate the brave men and women who laid down their lives in the tragedy that struck Mars at 0438 EST this morning. While the public waits for an official statement regarding what happened, our sources have indicated that a chemical miscalculation in the planet atmospheric processors made the new atmosphere unstable. The atmosphere didn't stick, said a government official who asked not to be named. The planet was in the final stages of terraforming. An oxygen-sustaining environment had been in place for the past 2 weeks. The scientific community on the planet were still vetting the system, but were 2 days away from officially declaring the planet secure. This confidence in the atmosphere meant that none of the crew were wearing appropriate breathing apparatus. While technically a violation of operational protocol, we were told that there was no indication for the ground crew that this would assume that the atmosphere was anything but stable. Whatever the ultimately responsible happened so fast that no one was able to sound the alarm or seal the ventilations of various installations around the planet. Tragedy will no doubt rekindle the long-standing arguments about the merits of terraforming. In the president's blog statement this morning, she addressed the possibility of an international committee to investigate how to move forward from this. Quote, while I understand that the notion of terraforming stirs emotions both for and against, the 4,876 souls died working to push humanity forward. We need to make sure that whatever decision we come to, we move forward honoring the sacrifice made by the heroes of Mars. End file. So, as you can pretty clearly see, the Mars tragedy happens in 2125, where every single person working and living on the planet dies in a single day. Now, we don't know why initially this happens. It's a miscalculation. It's later revealed that a artificial intelligence placed at the center of the movement to help speed up the process was likely the culprit. A miscalculation on the part of the AI caused it to dramatically reverse the atmospheric processors in to such a volume degree, to such a high degree, that effectively poisoned and killed the researchers before they could realize what was going on. So, yeah. It was bad. It's also important because on Mars, there is a monument to the fallen there. And a lot of the place, which was called Renatus, this was called Project Renatus. And the first landing zone where they were building all of these, like the kind of like the base camp for all of this stuff was called New Renatus, I believe. Now, while this was happening and they were trying to recover from this tragedy, we have 2140, a ship in every garage. The creation of the RSI quantum engine made our solar system more accessible. It was still the province of governments, while the creation of the RSI quantum engine made our solar system more accessible, it was still the province of government, the growing corp fleets, and the super wealthy. That was about to change. Have you ever looked at stars and wondered what's out there? Now you can find out. Introducing the Zeus, RSI's first short-range explorer model, featuring RSI's patented Q-Core, is that 8? Q-Core 8 engine, BTST-rated thermal shields, and comfortable cabin for 3. The Zeus may be the top of the line, but it won't cost you a fortune to be yours. Contact RSI for funding options today. Explore tomorrow. Robert Space Industries. That is the original Zeus. The Zeus is an interesting story because it was first launched around this time period and was a complete failure. It actually exploded on the initial launch and was a gigantic embarrassment, except for a woman named Michelle Salceleno, who was a test pilot for the North American Alliance and the first person to quantum jump past Jupiter, which we did the calculations yesterday is somewhere between 3 days and a week. So somewhere between 3 and 5 to 7 days of constant travel from Earth past Jupiter, which the important thing, which I've mentioned in some of my other videos, is heat. Heat buildup is important because there is no heat management in these early models of spaceships. It's very difficult and to manage these. So often pilots, especially experimental pilots, would be riding these things at the edge of habitability. So you can imagine spending a week in the most uncomfortable sauna you could imagine, becoming human stew inside a spacesuit, just to get to Jupiter. Saleno decided that she would take on the challenge of fixing and helping to improve the Zeus. But in the process, she demanded that she and her engineers and her test pilots would be able to re-engineer the ship itself to their standards. So they completely rebuilt the Zeus from the inside out. And she was able to prove the project successful in 2140 by launching the first prototype Zeus herself into near-Earth orbit and quantum jump to the moon, I believe to the moon and back. And it proved incredibly successful. And the main reason she did this in the first place was because she wanted a test squadron. She wanted a group of people together under the military as to help test new products, new ships, because she feared that the civilian space agencies or civilian space technologies was rapidly advancing, and the military didn't have anything to catch up with it to make sure to, maintain order in space. So as a result, she used RSI's leverage to force the government to create one, which became known as the 999th Squadron, which was supposed to be just a placeholder name until they got a better one, but it stuck. And so the modern 999th Squadron, which is the test squadron, is known as the Reckless, and not reckless as in their, that don't value their lives or anything else, but like that they've never wrecked ship. That was her big thing. It's like they're consummate pilots. They never had any casualties, and they always brought their ship back, sort of thing. So yeah. For those of you who are wondering why it's called the Zeus Mark II, it's because the Mark I was that Zeus. Blue skies on Mars, 2157. After almost 40 years of trial and tragedy, Mars is officially classified as an oxygen-sustaining environment. A memorial to those who passed the Great Mars Tragedy of 25 is unveiled after the official declaration of Senator Stephen Gwynn, who was the keynote speaker. Transcript of the speech. My brother Sean loved to build. When we were kids, I was the one who played sports and ran for student congress. He was always tinkering with things. It wasn't weird in our house to suddenly come home to the distro box disassembled and rearranged on the living room floor, or Sean crawling around the ventilation shafts because he'd heard a clicking. There was one time, and I could never prove it, but I think he got to the dog. He was 10, mind you, 10 years old and already that gifted. Maybe gifted is the wrong word, because it wasn't just his talent, it was his curiosity and his absolute joy that he got from breaking something apart and seeing how all the pieces mattered. As the years went by, we sort of drifted apart. He was just my weird, nerdy little brother who kept taking apart my stuff. When we went to school on opposite sides of the world, he studied engineering and physics, and surprise to no one, I did my thing. As adults, we would check up on him from time to time, but I wouldn't say we were particularly close. More like acquaintances than brothers. We were just too different. I liked the Phoenix Five. He thought they were derivative. I thought the new citizenship program was an important way to reward people who actively want to build a stronger nation. He thought it was elitist, and so it went. Many years ago, when I won my first district seat, Sean showed up to the victory party. I think an aide must have invited him. To be honest, it never occurred to me to even try. Someone on my staff said they saw him in the corner, obviously uncomfortable around the crowd. He didn't even come talk to me. He just wrote a note and asked someone to give it to me. Here's what it said. Hey, Steven, you look like you had a lot of people to talk to, so I didn't want to interrupt, but I just wanted to say you're awesome, man. I know we bicker and fight, but it gives me hope that someone who really believes in their convictions is going to the government. Really exciting. It's really exciting, and I'm so happy for you. Just remember, no matter what, ugliness surrounds you. Be brave, be yourself, and you'll be fine. My brother Sean. Sean the Destroyer. Sean the Rebuilder. Sean was one of the many lost in the tragedy of 2125. Since then, I've never been able to hear one of his aggravating rants on politics or one of his ridiculously dull ramblings about the alloys and stress points. It is a solace that the project that claimed my brother's life has now been completed. This monument, a small consolidation compared to the loss of these people, will keep their names alive for the rest of humanity to see forever. You know what? Forgive my bluntness, but screw that. I don't want people to look at this memorial and be quiet and introspective. I want the names chiseled into this rock to spark a fire in them, a fire to challenge themselves, to challenge humanity. I want the names on this rock to be a battle cry for us to excel, to burst out into the universe and find our destiny. So in the words of my stupid little brother, be brave, everyone. Be yourself, and we'll all be fine. So there is a monument on Mars in New Renata, in Renatus. Is it New Renatus, or it might be Renatus City? Port Renatus, that's what it's called, Port Renatus. In Port Renatus of the tragedy, which has all the names of all of the those who died, the 4,000 of them. Does any timeline graphics exist on the RSI website to show major events? This is the closest thing we have. This sort of time capsule, which you can find. You just look up Star Citizen time capsule, you can find it. Isn't New Boston on Mars? Not that I know of. There might be. There's Radagast, which I think is in Port Renatus, not New Boston. But this is important because at this party, the first child born on Mars is born. Her name was Abeni Ocon, who was her mother and father are both members of the Mars Project, and she was too busy because she was a supervisor. Her mother was too busy, even though she had gotten pregnant, to move back to Earth. So when at this party where this was unveiled, she went into labor. And so she gave birth to a baby girl, and everyone was just like, is everything okay? And they're just like, yeah, I guess it's fine. So the first extraterrestrial child was born. She became a celebrity, burned out pretty quickly, ended up having to do other things. But yeah, this is important because this kind of shows off that humanity was moving forward and we were able to terraform planets. Now, we had the ability to terraform, to fundamentally change dead rocks into living ones. There is one exception to this rule, which is Venusian type worlds. We do not have the ability, for whatever reason, to permanently alter Venusian worlds. We've tried multiple times, but because each terraformation is bespoke, you have very specific changes you have to make. For whatever reason, every time we try to terraform a Venusian world, it simply reverts back to a Venusian world pretty quickly. Ah, 2214. Centrifuge engines utilize specific impulse. In 2214, USA unveiled Poseidon, the next fusion impulse capable of achieving or 1/10 the speed of light. Yeah. When RSI announced the next generation of fusion engines and exciting prospects for space travel opened up, but not everyone was so enthused. Bailey couldn't believe it. 20 minutes into physics class, and his sheet was now getting a new download. Some new engine tech or something that came out today. He caught a glimpse of it on his way out the door this morning, but these crappy public school sheets were just getting the textbook update pings now. Mr. Caro already said that they were going to be quizzed on it, and it's updating now? There's no way, just no way. This is so stupid. How the hell am I supposed to learn this now? Screw it, I'll bomb it. Screw this class, screw citizenship, screw the whole system. I don't need it. Mr. Caro said the quiz would start in 10 minutes. Bailey sunk into his seat and started studying. So, there's been two mentions of citizenship so far. So, as far as we can tell, citizenship started as an idea from the North American Alliance. Senator Gwynn is from the North American Alliance, and it seems that the North American Alliance, which is a union of Canada, the United States, and Mexico, possibly Central America, and maybe part of South America. We do know it eventually became Americano, which included South America. But this union, this political union between them, was seen as sort of the blueprint for what would eventually become the UNE. This is speculative on my part because it's never been, like I said, a lot of these early stuff is very kind of meh. But the UNE, or the idea behind this, was that each state remained sovereign within its borders. So the United States was its own sovereign entity, Canada was its own sovereign entity, and Mexico was its own sovereign entity. But there was an overarching superstate that dealt with exterior matters. So interior, these individual nations had their own sovereignty, but they could not interact exterior, like outside of their borders, without going through the North American Alliance. Similar to the EU, yes. So in order to shore up this system, they created the concept of North American Alliance citizenship. And this citizenship system was a reward for people who would help promote the North American Alliance, the NAA, and its endeavors. So if you signed up for the North American Alliance military, so you're part of the United States military, and you volunteered to join the North American Alliance military to help kind of unify all of those different people together into one unified command, then as a result for your volunteering to join the North American Alliance military, you would get citizenship. And these would allow you to vote in North American Alliance elections. It would allow you to give you certain special privileges like land ownership, priority land ownership, especially during this time period where like arable land was super fucking rare. This is a huge deal. So becoming a citizen was effectively giving yourself a head start. So everyone wanted to become a citizen. The key thing was you couldn't be born as a citizen. You had to be given it by the state. And it was a selection process that you had to have done some certain deed to justify it. So it was an incentive program that would eventually become the basis for modern UEE citizenship, where like you could still retain all your rights and still deal with your local matters. You could still vote in local elections, even national elections, but you couldn't vote in these super state elections. And that ended up becoming more important as time went on. I love on New York City, so I hope the capital of UE never changes. The reason why the UEE capital is New York City, and we'll go over this in a bit, is because it's where the United Nations is. They basically took the United Nations and that became the government. All right. But as you can see, within about 100 years, we're seeing significant advancements in technology. Between now and then, we've had multiple colonies on the moons of Jupiter, the moons of Mars, Luna, possibly even colonies in the atmosphere of Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, pretty much the entire solar system within 100 years of within 200 years of the first quantum drive have some sort of outpost, if not colony, on them. Most unbelievable part of any sci-fi lore, the UN being relevant and having power. It makes sense in the context of what Star Citizen is talking about, because it's less that the UN itself has got power and more that it already has the infrastructure there. So they just sort of co-opt the infrastructure and use its own, they used its own sort of prestige as a means to force people to comply. All right, 2232. Artemis was the manifestation of a dream. When the announcement came that the vessel was being constructed to push the nearest potentially habitable planet, the public flipped. Alien worlds and the first contact was no longer just the providence of sci-fi. It was becoming tantalizing reality. The ship would be fitted with a stasis couches, known as boots, terraforming equipment and supplies, and an AI core at the helm. Maximum capacity, 5,000. A call went out for volunteers. No one downplayed the risks, of which there were many. On a slow burn with the latest engines, the Artemis would take over 200 years to reach its destination. A lot can happen in that time. Regardless, there were over 1 million volunteers. Committees filtered the list down, trying to balance the best combination of skills, trades, and disciplines. The following are excerpts from the Chariot of the Stars, an official companion piece to the launch based on the compiled flight logs, personal journals, and witness accounts of Artemis and its launch. Timestamp launch 0 days, 14 hours, 38 minutes, 13 seconds. On the eve of Artemis's launch, Captain Lisa Danvers was checking circuit boards underneath the comm station on the bridge for the third time. Arthur Kenlow, engineering, sat on the arm of the captain's chair. He'd given up trying to figure out what she was looking for. Lisa always had an issue with big ships. Sure, she'd flown transports before, but this was different. There were 1,000 things that could go wrong, which could, in turn, affect 1 million functions. It was maddening, and she probably screwed herself by even starting down this path. Are you sure? I'm sorry. Are you sure I can't assist you, Captain? A disembodied voice said, murmuring from dozens of hidden speakers throughout the bridge. It was the AI, helpful as always. No, I'm okay, she said. Kenlow mouthed along the words of what was clearly a familiar exchange. Lisa couldn't see anything wrong, out of place, or suspect in the myriad of circuit boards. She hated pre-flight anxiety. No matter what she did, it always hit her bad. She made an executive decision. She cut herself off and replaced the panel. Kenlow perked up. You good? Yeah, I think so. Hey, Janice? Yes, Captain, the disembodied voice replied. Generate another set of contingency actions for the stasis boots. Do you have any specific parameters? No, use your imagination. That is a concept of which I only have an external understanding. Outside the box, something that we haven't thought of. I will try, Captain. That night, Janice, the AI core, tried to imagine. Timestamp, 0 days, 0 hours, Launch in minus 0 days, 0 hours, 4 minutes, 21 seconds. The next morning, the world waited. The volunteer population was waiting on the orbital platform. The engineers felt it would be easier that way, save themselves trouble of having to build launch seatings for 5,000 if they didn't have to. So they had been ferried up there in groups over the past few weeks. Today was the launch of the Artemis itself. Danvers and her crew would take her up and then dock with a platform to pick up the civilians and any last-minute supplies. News orgs from around the world were gathered, ready to capture the moment in every conceivable format to put it on anything with a screen. Lisa was already strapped in, the nerves and jitters of the past few days melting away with each passing moment. She stared at the main projection screen, displaying the front of the view of the ship. Right now, it was just a sealed launch tube. She thought about the day, what lay beyond it, the sky that she loved. It was waiting for her to come back. Danvers glided through her pre-flight checks. She was thorough and professional, but couldn't get through them fast enough. The crew departments checked in. It was green across the board. The final check with the flight control. They were set. It was time. Klaxons outside into the ship began beeping. The massive metal gates of the flight tube unlocked with heavy thuds. Captain Danvers, shall I assume launch control? Janice said. No, I got it. Are you sure, Captain? I'm sure. The gate started to move, but Captain, I have a 0.002 error quotient to just show me that sky. I'll get us there. Timestamp launch plus 9 days, 5 hours, 12 minutes, and 57 seconds. Janice assumed control and circle for a week. Once the crew and civilians had entered stasis to check any errors of anomalies. Effectively a dry run on how the ship would run once it started to push. If there are any problems, flight control could abort and then even remotely pilot Artemis back if need be. Flight control finished the final assessment on checks. Everything looked good. Justin Cobb, the mission director, looked over the bays of technicians, scientists, and analysts. Everyone good? Everyone nodded. This is our last chance. If anyone has got the slightest hesitation or concern, I don't care how it'll sound or how the people upstairs will flip, you better voice it. Silent. Cobb gave a few moments and nodded to establish contact with the Artemis. Good afternoon. How are you, Janice? I've been running simulations, contingency scenarios. Examples include random power fluctuation, impact with a foreign body, contact with new uncategorized gas or element, contact with a hostile organism, etc. Any conclusions? I think will be satisfactory. Cobb glanced at the nearest tech, slightly confused by AI's language. You think? I imagine we'll be fine, Mr. Cobb. 22 minutes later, the Artemis blasted its thrusters, starting a full burn for a scheduled 70 minutes. It passed the edge of our solar system into the great sea of space beyond, into that silent black that surrounds us. And so we wait, dreaming of things that we will find, hoping that one day we will hear back from the brave men and women who boarded the Artemis, that chariot to the stars, and struck out as the first ambassadors of this united Earth. All right, so a couple things we got to understand about this. Number one, Artemis. She is it is a fully autonomous human-level AI. By this time period in human history, AI was pretty common. It wasn't unusual, unheard of for these sort of projects to have AI. They're still pretty expensive as far as we could tell. But the one problem is that every time these AIs would advance and be put into charge of something very important and not be sort of like redundant systems that humans already control and then the AI sort of acts as backup, it would go horribly wrong and lots of people would die. The Mars incident was one, but the Lemming car incident in Tokyo happened before the Mars incident. And of course, for those you don't know, the Artemis is... or let's say Artemis, Janice is there. The Artemis was lost with all hands. It stopped contacting shortly after it left the solar system, and we don't know what happened to it. And people blamed Janice, the AI, for the reason why it didn't work. This is probably the first major plot point that is likely to be introduced and established and sort of dealt with in Star Citizen, the missing Artemis. There was a short story which specifically talked about the discovery of the Artemis, but that was deemed non-canon as sort of like an in-fiction, pulp fiction sort of story being told in game. It's not the lore of what happened to the Artemis. It's just sort of an idea of what might happen to the Artemis. So the Artemis is likely going to show up again in some way, shape, or form. The Artemis itself is called an RSI chariot, and we know from modern discussions about the lore from the RSI team, the RSI chariot was used extensively. Just because this is the first time it happened didn't mean that the RSI chariots weren't used, were more built. We know of a lot of attempted interstellar settlements, interstellar sort of slow burn settlements across the stars. Some of them which never made it out of the solar system and were discovered, but most of them are lost, especially the Artemis. So yeah, this is likely going to show up at some point, but this was the major incident that would actually ban artificial intelligence in humanity. Basically, all of the major countries that made up the World Summit banned AI development after this incident because people were scared. People were frightened that the AI was constantly screwing up and that they had lost faith entirely in AI development because they thought it wasn't actually a good solution to the problem. This has caused widespread sort of like cascading issues because without AI being used, it has slowed the development of technology and slowed the spread of humanity. Lore Night. So I've been doing these on Mondays. I've been trying to do them where we kind of go over a specific lore topic for all this. So thank you, Strike Cat. So yeah, this is one of the first major story elements. All right. The Nesso Triangle, 2262. Oh, I can play this too. Hold on. Space was becoming a busy place. Ships of all kinds, federal, commercial, and private, were exploring the edges of our solar system. In August of 2262, the Goodman, a Type 4 cargo vessel, crew of 8, headquartered out of the North American Alliance, was making a routine supply run to an orbital platform by Neptune. Approximately 3 hours from its final destination, a piece of debris knocked the starboard engine array, sending the ship wildly off course. The Goodman drifted several hours before managing to repair the ship to a crawl. What happened next has been investigated and examined by the greatest minds on the planet. The following is the last transmission of the Goodman, speaking with an operator at the nearest comm station.
Beginning archive playback.
Copy that. Adjusting course 278.
Y'all got it sorted out?
I think so. Gave us a bit of a scare, but I think we're okay.
How's it looking? We're back on track?
You guys good? Back to send a tow.
No, we got engines back up. And nav's online. Huh? What the hell is that? Hey, Pete, do you see...
Signal lost.
Investigation's last known position yielded no wreckage. Nothing. The Goodman simply vanished. Over the next few months, 2 more ships disappeared in the same area in similar manners. More inquiries were launched, but they couldn't determine what happened. Ultimately, the area was declared a no-fly zone and nicknamed the Nesso Triangle. It sounded like the great-granddad of Scooter Lee Scooter. Yep. Woo-wee. This was a jump point. The jump point that would lead to the first system that humanity would discover. So you can imagine a ship which would have been knocked off course that was entirely disabled just seeing a giant hole open up in front of them and suck them in. Kind of a terrifying prospect. Now, we do know that the Goodman survived the jump. In fact, it survived the jump and was able to cling on to some asteroids in the new system it had fallen into, but they ended up not able to get resources to survive and eventually died because of that. But their wreckage was found pretty recently, only a couple, like dozen years ago in the Star Citizen lore, to prove that the Goodman did actually survive the jump and wasn't just totally destroyed, which means that many of the other ships might have as well. Though it is also likely that many of these ships that kind of disappeared ended up in what's called interspace. This is where we talk a little bit about jump points. Jump points are wormholes, but they're likely opened because of the quantum field that is created. The mass manipulating properties of a quantum field is able to interact with the wormhole, a natural wormhole opening, because they're naturally forming, and crack them open to a wider degree to allow for access to the space between 2 points. But these wormholes actually don't go through time and space. They go through a different dimension called interspace. Think of it as like subspace in Star Trek, or the warp in 40K. This dimension connects to all points of our universe simultaneously. It is much smaller than our dimension, but you're able basically to shortcut through it. A practical example is the Nether in Minecraft, where distances are actually shorter than not. But if you end up outside of the tunnel, falling through the tunnel, you may disappear forever. Especially early models of ships that attempted to do this would often hit the sides and disappear forever. 2271. One Small Step for Man. Jumper review. U.S. color 123 minutes by Kevin Lazarus. When the Global Nexus announced last year that they're embarking on yet another biopic of the famed astro pioneer Nick Croshaw, it seemed preposterous. Everyone and their mother knows his story, from his relentless study of the space anomaly that seemed to swallow up ships to finally becoming the first man to discover and successfully navigate through a jump point. We've all been there before. We've seen it done on vid, in song. I'm sure someone's painted it, but there's one thing. Here's one thing. This one's really good. Starting with the script of newcomer Thomas Goss, producers were able to attract A-list talent like Michael Forbes, Croshaw, and Lima Henning, Baxter, and director Ariel Kali, Requiem's Run. Text and viz was a verite feel that doesn't patronize. It adds a vitality and urgency to what had always been the stumbling block for earlier attempts at the same story, the early days. This period of Croshaw's life was effectively trial and error, attempting to understand what caused and how to consistently trigger the anomaly to open it is pretty dry stuff, essentially boiling down to arguments about astrophysics and folds in time and space. Somehow, the makers tone it down just enough to make it accessible and get you emotionally involved, but without losing the intellectually challenging elements of the discourse. Once the film moves into Croshaw's attempt to cross the fold for the first time, it shifts into a more conventional adventure story. But since it had been done such a wonderful job setting up everything that's at stake, you're ready for something that's a little more fast-paced, which brings us to probably the standout set piece of the entire vid. Everyone knows the dangers of jump point navigation. It's like piloting through an asteroid field with afterburners on. That's what we're told. Now we can experience what it must felt like. The blinding speeds, the abject terror, but also that rush, that insane high skating at the edge, and coming out on the other side. It makes it all the more insane and incredible that this actually happens. That this actually happens. The viz, once Croshaw comes to the other side of the jump point, are impeccably done, registering what we all know as the Croshaw system into what it'd probably look like when he saw it for the first time, with all the wonder I'm sure he felt. Tech achievements are top-notch across the board. William Kurtz's score is both sweeping and intimate. Vid will appeal to multi-demo crowd with young children, though young children probably won't like the science speak. Available for Dish and Wave set this week. Standard UL/DL cost supply. So yeah, Croshaw, absolute madman. Croshaw was a independent tech enthusiast. He was an engineer who became obsessed with an SO triangle. And he eventually discovered that what was triggering these events, because when he studied all of these things, I see the question there, sci-fi, lore of sci-fi, I'll kind of talk about it here in a moment. But what he eventually discovered was that all of the ships that disappeared had the exact same variance in their quantum drives. They were all old ships, so older in terms of models, and their quantum drives had been mishandled. They hadn't been fully kind of kept up to date and fixed, and they all had the same variance in their quantum drives, which he knew that meant that there was some sort of variance in the quantum drive that was causing these problems. So he effectively flew all around the area with that imitating the variance in the quantum drive in his ship until he discovered the jump point opening. And he realized to keep the jump point open and travel through it, he needed to keep that quantum drive. Remember, these are messed up quantum drives, not perfectly working ones. So I always imagine it as Croshaw took a wrench, a spanner, and just beat on his quantum drive in the right way to make it just messed up enough so that it would open and close jump points. And then the madman decided, there are plenty of professionals out there, but fuck it. I discovered it. I'm going through it. He wasn't a pilot. He was an engineer. He just decided to fuck it, we ball, to just go for it with Leroy Jenkins through the entrance, fucking somehow survived and came back, somehow survived that, and then told everyone what he found. Even in his own statements later on, he was just like, I just was obsessed with the mystery. I just needed to solve the mystery. That's all. I was insane. So Croshaw discovers this jump point, is the first person to figure out how to stabilize it and cross it. And as a result, the first system in humanity that humanity discovered is named after him, called the Croshaw system. It is connected to Sol. So yeah, it's this is, I like the kind of the whole thing that this is sort of done as like a review of a movie based on the elements. The beating stuff with a hammer to make it work better sounds like German 2 stroke motorcycle development. It's never explicitly stated that he beat his quantum drive with some sort of blunt object. I just imagine that that's the case because, you know. So Lore of Sci-Fi Fictions and Furry asks, I have a question. What happened to the Xi'an monarchy, or if it is a monarchy? It's still around. The Xi'an imperial monarchy still exists. It is run by House Krei. Each house in the Xi'an Empire has its own purpose and role, but the imperial household is always the kind of the head of the entirety of it. So, American components, Russian components, all made in Taiwan. Yeah. He may or may not have had a shine still built in the dimension bay. All right. 2380. Together we rise. Humanity seemed to be comfortably rolling towards the future. Planets in the Croshaw system were being terraformed for both habitation and resources. 3 new jump points have been discovered, 2 in Croshaw, 1 in our own. So the possibility of expanding into even more systems was becoming a reality. Specifically, the Redder system, the Null system, and the Davian system. The Davian system being discovered from Earth. But Redder and Null were both from Croshaw. The heads of the governments from around the world gathered for a world summit to discuss the next phase of global initiatives in space and here on Earth. The World Summit, which was the one responsible for terraformation of Mars initially, had kind of existed to deal with space concerns for a while because they had to negotiate between what was going on. The problem was that when Croshaw was first discovered, each individual company and nation tried to terraform the planets themselves without any coordination and would often screw each other over, and every one of their attempts failed. So the terraformation project of the Croshaw system was an utter failure until the World Summit got together and created the sort of a program specifically designed to not only terraform Croshaw, but also encourage people to migrate to Croshaw to help build up the system there. And it was the aftermath of this World Summit meeting where they began to get this ball rolling that they realized something, because they discovered multiple jump points and they said, we can't do this. This is too big for one nation. And it gets confusing when you're dealing with Interstellar. And the thing is that it's heavily implied, but it's never really explicitly stated. What happens when you have a bunch of competing national interests in a single area? Who has what control of what? And how do you determine who has control of what? There's no overarching agency that's designed to keep these straight, like the UN. And if, as some people said, the UN isn't competent, who gives a crap? How do you determine these things? Yeah, war, conflict. And each of these nations knew that an interstellar war was going to be costly and probably not solve any of their problems in the long run. So this meeting was more about, we figured out how that when we work together, we can get shit done. We can get things done when we work together and cooperate in areas of national or of space exploration and settlement. Why don't we just stop this bullshit and just come together entirely and form an organization dedicated to exploration and settlement of space? That's what this is about. LOR News Div transcripts. April 23rd, 2380. 065 standard, Central Standard. I don't know what CEST is. Angela Bevo. It's week 2 of the World Summit, and though there have been whispers that they've been getting ready to make a big announcement, no one's been able to wrangle even a hint of what the nature of this announcement is. One analysis suspects this announcement is probably a publicity ploy to keep media focused on the summit in a, quote, desperate attempt to keep it relevant, unquote. So, even so, every day today at 6 p.m. CSET, the news org crews set up to audience chamber and wait. Standard Earth time? Well, Standard Earth time would be SET. CSET, Central Standard Earth time? I don't know. No indication of whether there will be an announcement or not. This has been going on for 8 days now. About 20 minutes later, about 30 seconds ago, an aide entered the audience chamber and collected the news org crews. He's leading us somewhere deeper into the complex. This is the UN building. So this would be the UN building in New York. Maybe the announcement isn't a publicity stunt at all. As you can see, we're being led into. This is the General Assembly. All of the delegates from all of the governments of the world are still here. What's going on? The General Assembly Hall of the UN. We don't know if it looks the same as it is now, but, 300 years is kind of a little different. 642 CSET. Delegate Ivan Sang is at the podium, flanked by representatives of the global superpowers. Ivan Sang, thank you for your patience. If everyone can please begin transmitting, we will start. Good evening. It is an exciting time in human history. We stand at the threshold of a new era, where deep space exploration and colonization are not simply a possibility, they are a certainty. Advances in terraforming technology and astro design are letting us travel further and further into our cosmos. Scientists have discovered a pair of jump points in the Croshaw system, which, once crossed, will open up even more planets and systems for us to explore. The goal of this summit was to ask a question. It was not, where do we go from here? It was, how do we go from here? Expansion in this level cannot succeed with competing national, political, even commercial interests. Our personal squabbles seem insignificant with the breadth of space before us. With that, the representatives of Earth have come together at this summit. We've debated and discussed, but concluded that if we were to set out into space, we must do so as a single, unified race. Therefore, we are announcing the intention to form a single governing body for this and all planets. the United Nations of Earth. Each of the government leaders before you will return with a referendum for their respective countries. There's a lot of work ahead, many issues to address and resolve. We have a long road of building stable working government of this magnitude. Know this, we will get there. We will be fair, we will be united. Thank you, and good night. Over the next few years, countries debated amongst themselves and argued with each other. Though few admitted, everyone knew that they wouldn't be able to maintain consistent expansion into space on their own. It was only after the global superpowers started committing to the UNE that the remainder of the countries started to follow suit. Humanity still had its differences, but when it came to the universe, we were now united. Now, the UNE is an interesting concept because the UNE is, as far as I can tell, not a government in the conventional way of thinking. It took the model of the North American Alliance. Each government and nation of Earth had representation in the UNE, but they were sovereign inside their borders. If they wanted to do anything out of their borders, across space, for instance, then the UNE was the one who had power. Because, again, if you can think about it, who controls the fucking jump point? It is the only jump point to get to Croshaw. It is a one-way thing. It's a pretty physical place. You go there and you go through it. Anyone could blockade that for whatever reason. And could anyone lay claim to it? And if that's the case, you're going to cause problems with the people on the other side of Croshaw. And remember, we're not just talking about Earth at this point. Mars has been colonized and settled. Multiple planets or moons of the solar system have been colonized with their own sort of governments set up for running those governments. So instead of humanity breaking out into war, the idea was, let's just work together. You could be sovereign, but we'll work together outside of the borders. Now, this wasn't really seen as good by everyone. There was a large contingent of people inside humanity in these systems, which was specifically against unification. And this would lead to what we know as the Unification Wars, which were a conflict that happened in space, Mars, and over New York. Back from Star Citizen Wiki, and I found a non-canon, actually not canon, organization called Furry Citizen, and I found it under RSI. Yeah, there's a lot of furries who play Star Citizen. Especially early on, they were pretty infamous in the community. They got a lot of flack for their participation. Let's see. But anyways, yeah, conflict. So the Unification Wars were actually 3 different wars. It started initially by the Americans, because, of course, the North American Alliance ship, I forgot the name of it necessarily. Look it up right here. The Stanley mutinied because at the time, the North American Alliance had... I'm sorry, at that time it was called the Americano because it was, they are Americano. They mutinied because they didn't want to be part of the UNE. And the crew overthrew their commanders because they thought that the process was like they'd heard that they were going to be split up into different crews, and they didn't want to be split up, and they felt that this was sort of like forced diversification, and that they were going, like, everything that made Americano unique was going to be homogenized, and so they were afraid of this diversity and revolted. They took over the Stanley and then threatened to basically orbitally bombard the planet until the UNE was broken up, and that the Americano was basically returned to its sovereign status. Yeah, it didn't work. They did fight. The UNE did send other forces out there to disable the Stanley and took over. But at that time, they'd sent out a message, and several other ships had gotten this and decided that they were going to join the mutiny. And this led to the first unification war, which was a fight between the ships, or these mutinous ships, these anti-unification ships, and the unification systems, unified UNE. Eventually, the UNE was able to defeat the ships and drive them off. But the second unification war happened in 2381, a year later, when anti-unificationists from the first conflict fled, and they were welcomed by a city called Syrtis on Mars. So these anti-unificationists began to show up in Syrtis, and Syrtis became an anti-unification hub, rejecting the authority of the UNE. The UNE decided to cut off Syrtis from the rest of the galaxy, the rest of humanity, by effectively laying siege to the city, setting up fortifications around the city, and pulling it off from the rest of the UNE. But they were able to broadcast their word out there, so they got a lot of sympathy. That they were saying, like, look at the tyrannical UNE. They're here to screw us over, and they were losing the political battle. The UNE was losing the political battle because the anti-unificationists were gaining a lot of sympathy. So eventually they said, fuck it, and attacked the city of Syrtis and conquered it. And it was bloody. The UNE was not subtle. It was pretty much a genocide. They came in and wiped everyone out, slaughtered everyone, women, children, civilians, military forces, didn't matter. They killed everyone in Syrtis, and it was well known, and it pissed a lot of people off. This happened after 2 years. And in July 29th, 2384, the growing anti-unification, definitely rude, growing anti-unification war group decided to, had started to take civilian ships, modify them for combat usage. There was a large populations inside the UNE who were anti-unification, and so they had formed themselves into a group called the Anti-Unification Alliance, or the AUA, and they decided to do two things. First off, they sort of did a feint attack somewhere near the jump point, which pulled many of the UNE Navy forces away from Earth. And then they did a surprise attack specifically on New York City in the brand new Capitol building of the UNE, which replaced the old UN headquarters. It was very brief, very bloody, and the problem was that after a really well-coordinated defense of, because these were coming down from orbit, the anti-unificationists were invading from space. After a brief but really well-coordinated defense of New York, the anti-unificationists decided that they were going to go for a Pyrrhic victory and tried to crash their ships into the UNE capital, because they believed if they could destroy the UNE Capitol building, they would demoralize the UNE and break the UNE once and for all. But when that didn't work, they just said we're going to cause as much havoc as possible, and started crashing their ships into New York City. And yeah, the people didn't like that. They became very anti-unification. They turned against the anti-unificationists because they were seen as just terrorists trying to cause as much chaos and havoc as possible. And this was the last conflict of the unification wars, because even though the anti-unificationists still were around and are still around to even today, many of them became the first gangs. For instance, the Nova Riders, the possibly even groups like the Headhunters can trace their roots back to these anti-unificationists, because they fled out into Croshaw and then to places like Null and Redder all of the edges of UNE space at the time. Some of them were even living on Croshaw, but they were living in sort of the boondocks of Croshaw. So colony drop is only a valid tactic if Australia is the target. Yeah. I just realized, how was the Philippines before and after the foundation of the United Nations of Earth? Destroyed? I'm from the Philippines. By the way, I'm home. No, as far as we know, it's still around. It was probably part of Asiatica, which was a super state of Asian states. It may have also, I don't know if Oceania was its own super state. It may have been, but there's a lot of gray area in that area. But as far as I know, the Philippines still exist in the Star Citizen universe. Yes, it's not a Hurston kid, but it is somebody who used to work for the Hurstons. Citizens for Prosperity is. So yeah, unification wars happen, and it becomes a big important because most of the gangs of Star Citizen can trace their roots back to the anti-unification movement. So when we look at the gangs and outlaws of the Star Citizen universe, it's important to note that most of them are anti-government. They're sort of anarchists or libertarians or communists, or, they're any flavor of anti-authoritarian to like self-aggrandizing authoritarian. They're basically, they want to tear down the system. This was an alliance of very different political beliefs, all who wanted to just basically return the state of Earth back to what it was before, with these different, smaller and super state groups that are going to fight each other. So yeah, that is the unification wars and the foundation of the UNE. After that, though, the UNE does retain control of a lot of space, but it is still it's mostly there to manage outer space exploration and to kind of guide it, but it's not really there to control it. The UNE Navy is very weak. It's not very effective as a fighting force, and the anti-unificationists are able to easily take hold of a lot of these far-flung places like Null, because they're able to force colonists trying to move through their systems to attack them, to force them to pay them, food and other things like that. So 2438. Hello. Jerry. United Times /Tribute News Org Archive. First scheduled June 12th, 2438 by Shelley Field. We always wondered, since striking into the universe, we felt awfully alone. Though discoveries of jump points, alien systems, it felt awfully alone, awfully lonely in the black. Now everything changes, because now we know. At approximately 3:13 Standard Earth time, Vernon Tarr, a 36-year-old explorer, was scanning. Oh wow, he's 36. Was scanning for undiscovered jump points in the Davian system, drifting through the black with only the hum of his deep space scanner range arrays keeping him company. Tarr suddenly got a hit. When you're in the quiet for that long, any type of ping scares the hell out of you for a second, Tarr relayed via datacom. So I checked my display and, well, it wasn't a jump point. It was a ship. Initially thinking it was simply another explorer or a lost vessel, Tarr barely acknowledged it. I almost didn't want to look at it. I was sure it was some other jumper out there looking for the same thing as me. Only when the ship drew closer did he realize that what he was looking at, the member of an alien race. After I got over my shock, I knew it was a delicate situation. We just stared at each other for a while. Tarr contacted UNE SOC and relayed his coordinates. A delegation party was quickly assembled and rushed out to the scene. Military forces were on hand in case anything turned out to be hostile. The meeting lasted only 40 minutes. The UNE forces were left to wait for a response from the alien race. Scientists are currently scrambling to devise programs to facilitate translation and communication, but after millennia of civilization, all we can say is that we handled first contact with grace and dignity of a truly advanced race. From here, now we know for sure that there's another race out there, another civilization to share and grow with. So that's the official word. This is the actual word. Incident report submitted to HSOC Central, author General Neil Skolkovich, authorized users only, RE alien contact. At approximately 0300 3 o'clock this afternoon, first contact was established with an alien civilization in the Davian system. Here's an outline of what happened. Vernon Tar was exploring the system for jump points when his systems picked up a contact. Assuming it was just another explorer, he opened fire before realizing it was, in fact, an alien vessel. He got scared and called it in. We isolated the comm to keep a lid on the situation and rushed to the scene as soon as we could, and immediately enacted containment protocol on media and media blacks. As best we could tell, the alien, hereafter Jerry, seemed shaken up and annoyed by being fired upon by Tar. We didn't press the issue, so we tried to calm Jerry down using pantomime techniques. Immediately notified the detective to start working on some kind of translation device. Jerry let them record some of his language. We also ran cursory scans on his ships. Nothing overt, as we didn't want to arouse any suspicion, but data is attached. We released some of the info to the press and used one of our personnel to pose as Tar for the interview to make sure he towed the line. We didn't think Tar would be a problem. We bluntly explained to him that if he keeps quiet, he gets to be the hero who made first contact rather than the idiot who nearly sparked the first interstellar war. Tar understood. In the meantime, we deployed scan arrays to Davian to keep an eye out and anticipate more contact in the coming days. I'm sure they're probably as curious as us. They were curious. 2 weeks later, an alien delegation appeared in the Davian system and established contact with Skolkovich. Over the next few months, 2 races worked to break through the communication barrier. We could finally interact. We learned that they were the Banu, a collective race of planet states who also had just started to explore the universe. That is not true. That is in fact a retcon. That was retconned because we know that the Banu are as old as 19. They made first contact with the Xi'an as a spacefaring civilization. They were themselves a spacefaring civilization in 1920. So yeah, in October 2438, Skolkovich and the other delegates signed the first interstellar peace and trade accord with the Banu. Good old Vernon Tar, itchy trigger finger Tar, if I remember right. Yeah. I know the tale of who are the good guys. We don't do that here. So yeah, Jerry is to be fair, it could also be them being lying through the teeth. Yes, it doesn't have to be retcon. It could just be the bad dude lying through their teeth to the new kids on the block. It also could be that they also didn't know because they don't keep records. They don't keep records. But yeah, this is one of my favorite stories. Jerry also was a criminal. For those of you who don't know, Jerry was a Banu. I'm not going to go over the history of the Banu. I've done it in the past, but the Banu are another species. They're kind of a loose association rather than a singular monostate. They do have a monostate to deal with called the Confederation. Protectorate. They're called the Protectorate. It's a mistranslation. Like they call themselves the Protectorate, but it's not, doesn't work as like a protectorate does in human speech, like human understanding of a protectorate, because I mean, it means that they're under the protection of something else. It's just how they talk. It's the closest thing we have to what they call themselves. It could be a mistranslation because the Banu don't have past tense. That's also true. Or they consider 500 years a short time. Well, I mean, they have a lower lifespan than humanity, so. But Jerry wanted to be an explorer, but instead was working as a bureaucrat. So in his Suli, and so in order to get freedom from his Suli, I'm not going to go over too much, but the Suli is the basic unit of Banu culture. It is kind of like a guild mixed with a corporation, mixed with a family. their entire society is made up of various Sulis of different sizes and professions, but each Suli is dedicated to one specific thing. So he was a bureaucrat in a bureaucratic Suli, and you get sold into the Sulis from a young age, and you have to work your way out of sort of like indentured servitude, pay back what you're owed, and eventually you're able to leave that Suli and either start your own Suli or join another Suli, whatever. So what Jerry was doing was he was misappropriating funds. He was stealing money from the bureaucratic Suli and grifting them, and so that he could, have enough money to pay off his debt early, and then use a little bit of that as a nest egg to join an exploration Suli. Well, they discovered his Suli discovered what he was doing, and so he panicked and stole a Banu defender and fled. And when he fled, he managed to stumble into a jump point that no one had noticed. So he got through the jump point, and then he showed up with tar. So he was pissed off and scared, but he was also a criminal. I did an entire video on this. I call it a comedy of errors because it really is a comedy of errors. It was just two idiots discover each other in deep space, and we're fucking lucky none of them killed each other. Ah, 2460, breathe 3. Earth is overcrowded. So the overpopulation era was still happening, even though people were moving off of Earth to go to Mars and Kershaw and other places. Earth was still experiencing overcrowded. It was still not fully recovered from the overpopulation era. And most of the people who had left Earth were pioneers. They were the sort of trailblazers. So they wanted a way to get people off world. And RSI was doing this because they wanted people to buy their ships and their equipment and everything they sold to settle. And so they wanted to turn settling and like going to another system less as a, pioneer, crossing the sea of space as a trailblazing pioneer, and more of like moving cities. Earth is overcrowded. Though the expansion and terraformation, there's vast amounts of territory for humanity to move into, but still in an apprehension amongst the public. It wasn't until RSI's The Air You Breathe campaign that people began to trickle out into the universe, eager to start over in a new world. Message exchange between Mark Carl, Willett and Go Advertising, and Francis Kelson, RSI Corp, RE Ad Campaign, MC. Hey, Francois. Legal has cleared the contract between and the design team has signed the NDA, so it looks like we're in business. FK. Outstanding. When can we start brainstorming? FC. We're at your disposal now. What sort of campaign were you thinking? FK. Well, I don't know. You tell me. MC. Off the top of my head, I think we'll play up the feeling of opportunity. Earth will always be Earth, but we kind of blasted the resources there. Here. Indeed. You got a new planet. The air will be cleaner. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. Of course. I think there's something else here. Everything's new. I mean, when was the last time you sat in a field? A real one? See what I mean? So the chances, the chance of rebirth, of starting over. It's all about possibilities, the excitement of not knowing what to expect. But I don't want to sound like it's savage. There's civilization and technology, right? But there's space, room, right? I want people to understand that they can have a new life. That's what a universe is offering us, a chance to start again. We want to give them opportunity to realize that chance. Breathe free. Commercial flights leaving daily. Yeah, this is all about trying to be like, oh, you can go to real planets and, real stuff. So that's how the UE got the Defender. It's the first encounters with the Defender for sure. 2516, A Better Earth. By 2516, UNE expanded to 12 systems. While jump points and data relays allowed for quicker travel to the system on the edge, Earth was starting to get quite far away. Wei-Yin Sung, one of the lead surveyors for the UNE's Project Farstar, came across a discovery in a new system and drafted a message with an interesting data. To UNE High Council, General Kelso Trask, Senator Patricia Oat, RE protective system. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, my current assignment was to seek out and classify new systems for prospective terraforming and exploration. The latest system, 342A, that my team and I have discovered is located in what can be only described as a confluence, a nexus. We've already discovered 4 jump points in addition to the one we entered through, with the possibility of a 5th on the horizon. I'm attaching current map of the system in question with zones still left for scanning, as well as the already discovered jump points. One of the planets, 342A.3003M, is a super-Earth. Scans and scouting missions confirm the presence of naturally oxygen-based atmosphere, indigenous vegetation, vast oceans, and temperate climates. Deep in the southern region, a scout team discovered the remnants of a rock formation, indicating that they were arranged that way, but we have not discovered any indication of intelligent life. In short, I would like to suggest that 342A.003M be established as a forward operating base for terraforming and expansion into adjoining systems. The team has named the planet Terra in honor to its similarities to Earth. All of your current data and findings included in this comm packet. I invite you to see for yourself. Sincerely, Wei-Yin Sung, Chief Surveyor Engineer, Project Farstar. UNE Congress approved the plan to centralize Eastern System operations out of Terra. Over the years, cities grew and a new culture was born. This is the beginning of the story of Star Citizen. This right here. Everything up to this was a prologue. This is the start, chapter 1 of this story. The discovery of the Terra system. Technically called Nova Terra. The star system is called Nova Terra, with Terra 3 known as simply as Terra. The Terra system is unique because it was the first confluence nexus of jump points that humanity had ever seen. It had, I believe, eventually, now we know there are 8 jump points out of the Terra system. This meant that it was easy to enter and leave the Terra system, and it was connected to a bunch of different systems all around it. The fact that it had a super Earth that was specifically naturally habitable meant that there were, I think, something like 3 to 4 colony ships were launched the moment that this information became available to the public. Terra was settled extensively by the middle of the 26th century. Lore, I don't think so. There's no lore mentioning of it. I don't think CIG is going to do it, but we will see. The surprise that a real field is really telling on how urbanized Earth has become. Basically, every place that isn't, Earth is super urbanized. You wouldn't see a field, not because fields don't because they don't have farm fields, but farm fields, it wasn't efficient to plant farms. Like, there is no arable land on Earth anymore. It's gone. It's been used up. And so, yeah. They were retconned? Who were retconned, Skull? Anywho, Terra became an important central hub for exploration. Project Farstar was this attempt to sort of expand eastward, what's called eastward, in the galactic east from Earth. And Terra became the main... they had Neko Cat Lady Planet. The stuff has since been deleted. What? No, are you talking about Star Kitten? Star Kitten isn't that sort of thing. Oh wait, does this also mean that my country, the Philippines, is also urbanized? Everything is urbanized. Earth is very different from what you in the 30th century than it is what you mean right now. If anyone's wondering, Earth itself has about 83% habitability rating. Terra has in the high 90s, a nearly perfect ecosystem. One could say it seems almost engineered. Ooh, yeah. So the foundation of Terra as the sort of eastern central hub of exploration also led to a rapid advancement of Terra. Terra, within a couple of years, became like a second Earth. Because it was naturally habitable, it didn't require any terraformation. It meant that humans could just show up and start terraforming. a lot of the seed creatures, plants and animals that humans would use to terraform worlds in the future come from Terra. So the Kazi Grazer, which was added in 4.0, is a original Terran creature. I don't know about everything else. I know that, for instance, the Copian is from Null, from Ashana. And so there's a couple of other places we've used, things we've used, but the Kazi Grazer is a big one. I don't remember that at all, Skull. We had a planet that specialized in gene editing. That planet had cat ladies. That Galactopedia article has since been deleted. The planet is still there, but the lore of the planet is poofed. You know what planet it was, Skull? Anywho, Terra is important because it is not only the hub of Eastern exploration, but it also becomes the hub of commerce because the systems it's connected to are all valuable. 25-23, the three pillars. Hey, it's Chris Roberts. High Advocate, Robert Thorne, Livia Finn something, and then High General. SNCA TV, auto transcript, S&P archived, NFCC submission. Announcer. Welcome back to the hottest current affairs show on the spectrum with our panel, Kyle Black, political analyst, Shelley Chen, best-selling author and speaker, and Ben Fuller, futurist. It's time for another showdown. Kyle, so we're backtracking about this new bombshell. We're back talking about this new bombshell from the UNE. They're going to restructure to the, what is this now? The UPE? Ben, United Planets of Earth. Shelley, what a ridiculous name. Ben, come on. It makes perfect sense. We have a couple dozen planets that are approaching Earth-sized populations with more on the horizon. These people need to be represented. And seriously, the United Nations of Earth is a little outdated. Kyle, from what I can tell, they released a 1,500-page dossier outlining the changes, so we're still sifting through the details. But it looks like the setup is pretty much the same. Ben, it is. The Congress will now be made up of delegates representing planets rather than the old outmoded nations. It's a better system. Kyle, what do you think about these new figureheads? The High Secretary who manages infrastructure, High General who manages the military, and High Advocate for law. Ben, when a government has to manage sheer numbers of constituents, that, Shelley, sounds like a great setup for fascism. Ben, are you serious? Shelley, anytime you focus power from the many into the hands of a few, someone's going to learn how to abuse it. And also, how the hell did Robert Thorne make High Advocate? The man's an idiot and should be thrown out of office by a mob, not promoted. He's not even a citizen. Kyle, oh, stop. It's been proven time and again that Shelley, I don't buy it. His file could have been doctored. Do you have any idea how easy? Kyle, look, if it's that easy to break into Fed databanks and then everyone's citizenship is suspect, how can I really know you're a citizen? Shelley, hey, I served my time in the AF. I did and did twice the necessary community service to earn my citizenship. Look it up, you beep. I'm sorry. Look it up, you. Right, your parents didn't contribute at all. Shut your mouth. You. Announcers, stick around for more showdown after these local commercials. So the UPE was an olive branch because by 25-23, Earth had emptied out, and a lot of the power had been shifting. You know, more people were living in places like Redder and Croshaw and Davian than were living on Earth. And so if you're the United Nations of Earth and not giving these people representation, you're looking down the same barrel of the same gun that the UNE was facing 200 years earlier, which is what happens if these people decide they don't need us anymore, because they didn't in many cases. So they needed some way of trying to have some buy-in from the colonies. So, CSG probably software on the planet of genetically engineered megafauna cat girls until the point they get to adding Nexus mod authors to do it the concept justice. Hey, Salty. This begins some of those issues. First off, the citizenship system is still in place. It's been in place since the UNE. And it's a big sort of driving factor with a lot of this stuff. And you can see already the next major plot point for the story of Star Citizen, which is the implication that this system is not democratic. This system isn't built to be democratic. This system is built to be managed. You can be a citizen and vote and hold office, but it's the powers that be to decide if you're a citizen or not. This is not Starship Troopers. Service doesn't guarantee citizenship. Service is a requirement to even apply for citizenship. And as we can see with the references here, that maybe if your parents grease the wheels a little bit, you might get a little bit of a chance to become a citizen a little bit easier than your average person. So we have a situation where the system itself is built off of the back of autocracy in many ways. You technically aren't like saying these people who don't have citizenship don't have rights. They still have rights. They still can manage themselves on their own. But on a national, on a federal level, on a kind of an overarching level, you have a system that's not built on that ideal. Managed democracy, you say? Yeah. So this is sort of the state, and what they're sort of referencing here is that the fact that they're consolidating power, because before this, the General Council of the UNE was the one that controlled everything. And it was similar to the General Assembly, or the General Assembly of the UNE, which was sort of like the current General Assembly. And there was like a small council that was sort of the head of the UNE, but it was multiple people. So it's very chaotic. You did senators who would serve in the assembly and all these sorts of things, but it wasn't centralized. It wasn't codified. The UPE not only brought in the powers from the different planets, but also put power into three heads of the government: the High Secretary, the High General, and the High Advocate. Now, the High Secretary is supposed to be in charge of infrastructure, but it's more that they're the head of the Senate. They are the prime minister, as it were. Their job is to deal with passing of laws. The High General is in charge of the military. Their job is to enforce the laws. They're the executive branch. And the High Advocate is well, not enforce laws, partially enforce the laws, because the High Advocate also enforces the laws, but they also interpret the laws. So you have a very similar system to separation of powers we have today, though slightly modified, because the High General is sort of the outward enforcer, and the advocacy is the inward enforcer of laws. So the a High General would send military forces out to deal with, say, like rogue elements in a neutral system, but the High Advocate would be the one responsible for stopping, a smuggling run internally, and also be the ones who actually prosecute those people. So it's not ideal, but as you can see with foreshadowing, this allows for the consolidation of power. 2530, the galaxy gets bigger. It was like a gold rush. Planetary prospectors were desperate to stake a claim in the unformed worlds. Most followed the federal protocols, others didn't. Gaia Planet Services attempted to terraform the planet without authorization. Turns out the planet wasn't uninhabited. A new race was later discovered to be the Xi'an Empire, showed up while the terraformers were building the equipment. Needless to say, they were a bit perturbed. The Xi'an captured the entire crew and kept them under guard. They released one, the foreman Charles Baxter, as a gesture of good faith. Back on Earth, High Secretary Chow, High General Volder, and High Advocate Mikado, along with a select subcommittee of senators, gathered to get a clear assessment of what happened from Baxter and what to do about the Xi'an. High Secretary Chow. If everyone's set, Mr. Baxter, please begin. Tell us about the events of the day. Baxter. I've been advised by my company's attorney, High Advocate Mikado. Mr. Baxter, this is not a criminal hearing. We're simply trying to get a clear picture of what happened. There are still 275 of your colleagues held by an alien civilization. Any help you provide us today will be taken into account when the crisis is resolved. Baxter. We were surveying, looking for plant points to set up equipment. There were 3 transports scheduled to land, so we were expecting to hear ships. I was up on the ridge when the first one came into view. I knew immediately it wasn't ours. Human, I mean. It didn't look like any Banu ship I'd ever seen, but you know how they are. High Secretary Chow, please stay on topic. Baxter, well, the next thing we knew, they were all over us. Ships coming from all sorts of directions. High General Volder, didn't you run scans before landing? Baxter, not really. I mean, I don't think so. High General Volder, don't you think it would have been wise before attempting to terraform a planet? Baxter, you don't know how it is out there. You wait too long, some other corp will swoop in and process that rock faster than you can blink. High General Volder, while we appreciate your sociological impact or insight, Mr. Baxter, we need facts, not hyperbole, if we're going to be free the hostages. High General Chow, General, we have not concluded that a military action is necessary. High General Volder, I understand, but we need to have a plan on the table to enact should the diplomatic solutions go sour. High General Chow, agreed. Please continue, Mr. Baxter. UPE military forces maintain a perimeter at the jump point entrance. It took 15 days to work out the communication system to speak with the Xi'an. That started a tense negotiation period. The Xi'an were meticulous with their demands. By the time the hostages were released, over 57 days had passed. Though the UPE had managed to avoid war, relations with the Xi'an were tense. Now, the actual negotiation that would allow for the peace, for the initial contact with the Xi'an, required the release of the hostages only if the UPE handed over every single known jump point and star chart of, and map of their own space. And when the UPE negotiators realized how old the Xi'an can get, because the Xi'an, of course, are a central species where they live for centuries, super organized, they were like, okay, so they could just drag this negotiation on until all of the hostages are dead of old age. Because that's, a century is a long time, but it would be like a fifth of their life. So they drag this on, and I'm gonna put this. They have to give into the demands to get these people back. They do, and it scares the bejesus out of everyone because the Xi'an are far more advanced than humanity. And it doesn't help that they're also on the eastern side of the Empire. So they're Terra's problem right now. So there's some trying to understand how to deal with this becomes a problem. A lot of people say we need to arm up fast. This becomes the end of the golden age of humanity because at this point, humanity had been hemmed in on the eastern and the western sides between the Banu and the Xi'an. And they were afraid that if the Xi'an were as powerful as they are, they're probably pretty big. And if they're pretty big, then it's going to be difficult to try to expand because they don't want to run into more Xi'an locations, which means they'd have to sort of defend longer areas of systems. So humanity sort of stops expanding. They don't immediately do so, but a lot of the funding goes away from Project Farstar and starts going into companies like First Dynamics and Aegis Dynamics, both of which who become major kind of movers and shakers in the military. We have the first modern military being developed by the UPE at this time. Specifically, the one that we all know about is called the RSI Perseus, which was a gunboat, which was top of the line when it was released in the 2530s. It was released around this time period when this happened. And it effectively, humanity starts to move its military forces, builds up its military force, and starts moving them towards the Eastern Empire. And then something else happens. 2541. Awfully crowded in my sky. As the UPE maintained a chilly tension with the Xi'an near Terra and the east, we were still unchallenged in the systems to the west of Earth. That was about to change. The Devarin were about 100 years behind humans technologically. That's also been sort of retconned. They were just starting to journey out from their homeworld of Khalith. The Devarin adhered to a rigid warrior ethos, honoring duty as fealty as virtues. They were not a bloodthirsty species. They simply honored the art of combat. UPE system delegation Elysium. This is the date of discovery, November 15th, 2541. Jump point, the directions U/L, Keller Lynch, pilot, NC. System assessment. On Elysium 4, there's an indigenous species calling themselves the Devarin. Although sentient and intelligent, they have not evolved to our level of technology. Recommend we have established contact to bring them into the UPE. It's a wonderful opportunity to elevate those species into the modern era. The UPE reached out to the Devarin. They weren't interested in establishing diplomatic relations or even our technology. They were interested in our systems. So the first interspecies war began, as most wars begin, over territory. As the Devarin began to swell, the military feared that the conflict between the West might embolden the Xi'an attack in the East, and instituted a draft. Fortunately, a young and ambitious officer, Ivor Messer, captured public attention when he distinguished himself in the Battle of Idris IV. The UPE quickly realized this and turned Messer into the face of the Devarin War. Well, this is sort of retcon because while they were behind us technologically, they were behind us technologically in terms of terraformation. Like, our ability to extract resources and to terraform worlds was not something that the Devarin had. But what the Devarin did have was shield technology. They could miniaturize shield technology and make it power efficient, and so they beat the fucking pants off of us. Like, it was not even a contest. We got our asses fucking handed to us by the Devarin consistently. The problem was that the Devarin were very, very tiny in terms of population versus the gigantic population of the human empire. So the UPE could marshal fucking bodies. And those bodies are hard to stop. Yeah, the Devarin Talon can destroy a human ship, but can it destroy 50 human ships before it gets taken out? So this conflict is where the rise of Ivor Messer comes from. The invasion of Idris IV is a system that was colonized by humanity, and it was invaded by the Devarin early on in the war and was captured. Then Ivor Messer is part of Operation, not Trebuchet, that's Halo, part of the invasion of Idris IV to liberate Idris IV. And they invade, and everything's going good early on, but then everything starts going to shit, and multiple of the leaders and the invasion force die, leaving the command of the entire invasion force down to one Captain Ivor Messer, who's in charge of everything. He immediately takes control, orders round-the-clock bombing by the new Retaliator bombers, danger close, basically on top of their own position to stop the Devarin who were coming up at their sort of beachhead. Orders one of his Marines to take a captured skiff, infiltrate the behind enemy lines to capture the planetary defense stations, turn the planetary defenses onto the Devarin fleet, and then blow them up when they stop becoming useful. And it's thanks to Ivor Messer's quick actions that the invasion of Idris IV succeeds, and they are able to liberate the planet and push the Devarin out of the system. Ivor Messer gets promoted to colonel and eventually becomes the main in command, like the main person in command of the Devarin front. eventually becoming, I think, general at this point. They say he gets a command to colonel, a promotion to colonel, and by the time he becomes the like theater commander for all of the Tavaran War, he's likely a general at that point, just leaping up the ranks. He personally captures the warlord of the Tavaran. They invade the Tavaran homeworld. He personally captures him, drags him in chains before the UPE Senate, and it forces him to end the war. So Messer becomes a war hero. The problem is that Messer is a megalomaniac. He is a sociopath. The man believes that, not sociopath. He's, I don't know. Megalomaniac is probably the best way of saying it. He believes that his ideas are the only ones that can save humanity. He fundamentally hates Xenos. He thinks that all Xenos species are a threat to humanity, and that it's only his leadership that can defend humanity from the Xenos. And specifically the Tavaran, not the Tavaran, but also the Xi'an, who he's really worried about. And he says the reason why the war happened in the first place, the reason why humanity got its ass so thoroughly kicked by the Tavaran War, was because there wasn't a single leader in charge who could coordinate all of the actions effectively. And so, narcissist kind of, yeah. So he wants to create a new position inside the UPE for a single leader. And of course, who's the person most eligible for this position? Why, himself, of course. Alyssa Jamil was running late. She had fallen asleep while working in the chem homework. Now she had to dedicate her poli-sci assignment on her way to class. High General Messer had spoken at a memorial for the victims of the bombing attack on Cestulus, and Mr. Kent wanted one-page summary of the speech. Dictation start, Alyssa Jamil, poli-sci Kent 45B CF. Assignment Messer speech. The systems are falling apart. Since the war ended, we're under attack from a new kind of threat, one that's not fought on the battlefields or between carriers. This war is being fought in secret with threats and sabotage. That was the message 8 months ago. 6 terrorist attacks over the previous year had shaken everybody from the notion that the Tavaran defeat was going to lead to peace. People wanted answers, but more importantly, they wanted to feel like the tribunal was getting control. They got neither. The advocacy never caught the perpetrators. They only knew that the bombs had been made in part from Xi'an technology. Meanwhile, the tribunal debated course of action at the point of inaction. So the systems were falling apart. The tribunal had failed. Humanity needed a leader. The solution? Elect a new position. Prime citizen. To be a single voice, the deciding vote in an overwrought government. Citizens from all over the systems began to run for this new office. Every week it seemed the new candidate would appear, making the same promises. This went on for months. As election drew near, High General Messer put his name forward as a candidate. He spoke last night at a commemoration ceremony for the victims of the 4th terrorist attack. People, citizens, I come to you today as a believer. I believe we have a great and vibrant history. I believe that there are so many more wonderful things to discover. I believe in humanity. But there are enemies that want to cut us down, that resent our ascension. They want us to fall back from the stars. The vicious attacks on our systems are just the beginning. As a soldier who has stared into the horror of war, I don't say this lightly. We have to protect ourselves, protect our families, protect our future, protect our ability to claim what is rightfully ours. I don't want another war. Too many sons and daughters, husbands and wives have already been lost in the deep vacuum and barren planets. I will say this. I would ring every system and every jump point with shields and wire 1,000 kilometers thick if it meant we wouldn't have to lose any more. I have always been a soldier of humanity. Give me this chance to keep you safe, to keep the threats and violence of species not as civilized as us far away, so we can take our rightful place in the galaxy. Believe in me like I believe in you. Believe in humanity. The crowd loved it. Listening to this speech now, High General Messer speaks with conviction that makes him easy to believe. In short, I think he's right. There's an inherent problem with the three equal divisions of power. While it's preferable to have that discourse in times of peace, we are living in a dangerous time. Decisions must be made quickly and effectively. I know this sounds like the first steps towards absolutism, but the system is still in place. The method that they are suggesting still maintains High Secretary, General, and Advocate, even the Senate. But hey, but they all advise the Prime Citizen, who then makes the ultimate decision. Like High General Messer said, and after introducing the Prime Citizen motion, every ship needs a captain. Apply elements instead. So it was revealed later that Ivar Messer was probably responsible for those terrorist attacks. That general or that Marine who he sent off to do those demolition and all that other things during the invasion of Idris IV, the demolitions and stealth expert Adam Core, who was still taking orders from the High General, was found later to have been in all of the locations where the bombings had occurred, suspiciously around the same times that those bombings occurred. And those bombings would happen where the bomb would go off. The first one happened in the Davian system in Jata. New Corvo, I believe is the name of the city. And the bomb went off. And after the bomb went off, all of the first responders showed up to try to save people. And then another bomb went off to kill all the first responders. These weapons were all traced back to being Xi'an in origin. And this was during Messer's himself. He was the one who introduced the idea of the first citizen or prime citizen, who would be in charge of all these situations. And not everyone agreed with this, because a lot of people saw what this was: fascism, totalitarianism, dictatorship. But enough people were scared that they believed him. And so they handed power. He got just enough votes to do this, and he himself became the first prime citizen. He then completely destroyed the UPE and created what he called the United Empire of Earth, and with him as the first imperator, doing away with the entire system. It's basically the same idea as the UPE, only all power was now consolidated into the imperator. So. Now, this is another big point, which in the video I bring up, of the story. Messer and the Messer regime resounds throughout the entirety of the Star Citizen story. This is one of those main focal points in the story where you cannot overlook it. The rise of Ivar Messer and his descendants is so important to understand why all of the actions happen the way they do. The thing about Ivar Messer is that Ivar Messer takes control of humanity, of the UPE, and creates the UEE, and specifically centers a lot of his power on Earth. The rising economic power at the time was Terra. And the Terrans were mad because they were using the system to gain their own power and influence. And Ivar Messer comes in and basically turns the table over and says, now I'm in charge. So the Terrans are not happy about this. And so the first groups of people, organized groups of people to be anti-Messer, are the Terrans. So the people in Terra and Terra itself becomes sort of the focal point of resistance against the Mezzer regime. And because of their economic status, because many of them are businesses and important businesses, and the fact that they're at the nexus crossroads of anything that has to do with the defending against the Xi'an Empire, the Mezzers sort of tolerate this resistance because they know if they become too harsh, they might cause an act of rebellion, and they don't want to do that. So, yeah. But Ivor Messer eventually passes away, and his son takes over. Now, when his son takes over, another action happens. 2610. Tears of Fire. Bentley National Gallery self-tour painting info. Piece Tears of Fire. Artist Aaron Fring. Created 2610. Before you stands the most enduring images of the Second Tavaran War, 2603 to 2610. This piece was introduced into the archive at UPE Historical Vault for Antiquity in 2633, which should have been UEE, because at that time it was UE. The artist Aaron Fring was born on Farron in 2578 to Max and Mary Fring, a teacher and pilot respectively. As a child, he suffered from a bout of Kilos malady and was bedridden for over a year. During that time, he passed his time sketching. As a young man, Fring enlisted into the Expeditionary Forces as a field medic. Likely Marine, but we'll see. It'd be weird if he was a super fragile boy who ended up, he enlisted in the military as a field medic, so he was a medic. He traveled to many systems before finally deciding to settle on Elysium 4, the homeworld of the Tavaran. Operating a small med station during the day, Fring took up painting at night so he could be found wandering the landscape for hours at a time, painting all that he saw. While he showed promises as a landscape artist, he never made such an impression on the art community. Though he wished for more, Fring was content with his practice and his hobby. In 2603, a new Tavaran warlord, Korathal, emerged from the corners of the cosmos with a rebuilt Tavaran battle fleet and launched his first attack against the UPE systems. The Tavaran's sole mission was to reclaim Elysium 4, their former homeworld. The settlements on Elysium 4 rushed to take up arms in defense of their homes. Fring attempted to rejoin, but the same malady that afflicted him as a child resurfaced, preventing him from doing his duty. On June 24, 2610, Korathal suffered a catastrophic defeat at the hands of Squadron 42 at the infamous Battle of Centauri. With his fleet rapidly falling into either destruction or surrender, Korathal mustered his remaining loyal pilots to make a last desperate charge for Elysium 4. Though they suffered an additional 70% casualty, his fleet finally reached the atmosphere of their old homeworld. Korathal and his pilots lowered their thermal shields and dove for the planet. Aaron Fring had been walking that evening. His sickness had subsided a bit. He felt he had to get out and clear his head. He wandered the landscape, as he had done many times before, on the crest of a hill. He saw something spectacular. The Tavaran fleet burning up in the atmosphere as they hurtled towards the ground. From Art Today, 2613. As with most art, I wasn't trying to depict the moment exactly as it was. That's what I'd always done in the past, but this was something so much more than the visual. There was so much more complexity caught up in that action. From the Tavaran, for what it meant for us as a species, what it meant to me. I just wanted to try and capture the feeling of that fraction of time. So beautiful and so sad. Aaron Fring. I don't know what people in chat are saying, but, chill out with any kind of crazy spoilers, y'all. Anywho, that is the Tears of Fire, 2610. So the Second Tavaran War is very important because it brings new technologies to the fray. This is, of course, the Second Tavaran War. This is the son of Ivor Messer who has to fight this war. And the UEE at first comes in going, when Korathal shows up in 2603, basically the UEE laughs. They're like, These chuckle fucks want round two. Okay, we beat your ass the first time and we were just apes with rocks. Now we got your technology and our own technology and brand new military we created from scratch to kill aliens. So if these aliens want to get a fucking pounding, let's give them a fucking pounding. Turns out that they had developed new technologies too, and were consistently beating the shit out of the UEE. They made the UEE look like a bunch of fucking fools. They did hit and run attacks. They actively attacked civilian targets, intentionally targeting civilian targets. Korthal was a religious zealot. He believed in the Rajora, which is the teachings of the Tevarin, so firmly that he believed that he was going to use that he was divinely inspired, that he was going to return his people to power on their home world because it had to happen. So when he eventually was defeated in 2610, he would kind of do his best to sort of return to his home world. And so he promised they would return. So when even though he knew he had lost, he basically turned off his shields and intentionally crashed his ships into the planet, saying, we're going to return to our homeworld one way or another. And this begins what's known as the Purge. The Purge is, the Tevarin Purge is a very sad time for the Tevarin culture, because Tevarins did still exist throughout the UEE. They were kind of a sort of a spat upon species, as it were, especially since the end of the First Tevarin War. They're very subjugated, and especially with the new the xenophobic Mezzer regime, they were still allowed to exist, as far as we know, but they were very persecuted. So when Korthal failed, the religious zealots basically burned every single Rajoran temple and a lot of Rajoran texts. It was only thanks to human settlers on Elysium and other human and sort of orthodox believers in Rajora kind of preserving some of these temples and writings that we even have any understanding of what the Tevarin believed. But a lot of it was destroyed. So most of the old Tevarin faith is gone. It was disappeared by this point. Now, recently in Star Citizen history, the UEE has uncovered a lost and abandoned Tevarin colony on a place called Cabal. And as a result, a lot of old pre-Tevarin War beliefs of the Tevarin was recovered. And this is leading to another major plot point that will occur probably in the Star Citizen story at some point, which is the fate of the Tevarin. As of 2610, the Tevarin are a client species of the UEE. After the Second Tevarin War, the Tevarin either fled the UEE entirely to live in isolated areas, or grouped up in their own communities within the UEE and were subject to UEE laws. When the Mezzers eventually fell, which we'll talk about here in a moment, they were given rights and were given some ability to gain citizenship. And currently they do have some level of autonomy within the UEE, but they are still under the control of the UEE, and they're vastly underpopulated compared to humans. So there's a decision on whether the Tevarin will remain a client species of the UEE, kind of synergize with humanity and become sort of another part of the UEE, or to return to the old ways and eventually kind of push Elysium out of the UEE and like kind of reconquer Elysium and rebuild the Tevarin Empire, the Tevarin sovereignty. And that conflict is what I've dubbed the Third Tevarin War. And it's likely going to be between the Tevarin in the UEE and the Tevarin outside of the UEE. That is one of the major conflicts, probably a post 1.0 update, probably because obviously Elysium isn't going to be in 4.0 or 1.0. But that is likely a future expansion storytelling that's going to happen within the story of Star Citizen. Aha! Chapter 2. Everything gets more fucked. Main story of Star Citizen. 2638, a call for sovereignty. Terra Gazette, March 12th, 2638. Terra governor drafts bill for Terran sovereignty by Viola Filler. A political rally for the re-election of the new Benzi mayor, Nadwir Padwani, the Terran governor unveiled a stunning new proposition. Dusk was just beginning to settle and the fundraiser was making some serious progress when Asan Kiernan stepped to the podium. Little did everyone know he was about to drop a bombshell. At approximately 5:15 local time, Asan Kiernan unveiled plans to issue a referendum to the people of Terra and the neighboring systems to seek separation from the Imperator and the UEE. Quote, "The Imperator lives in an era where alien civilizations are something to be feared. Those of us who live here, where the Banu and the Xi'an are neighbors, where we see them every day, we know what they are and they are not the enemy. They are people like us. Their culture may be different. Their motivations may be different. But they're just trying to live in safety. The Imperator is happy to keep them at a distance through the sights of weapons. But I don't believe we can continue this path. As Carson said once, if you live anticipating a war, sooner or later, you shall have one. In short, I believe that Earth is increasingly disconnected from the realities of today, and that is causing political and social instability in all systems. This is not a call to arms or an invitation for conflict. All I'm asking is to open a dialogue." Needless to say, not many people were talking about the mayor's re-election after that. So, governor, which a governor in this case is sort of like the president. The governor is sort of a different title in the UEE. It's the highest position a non-citizen can attain, and it usually represents a single nation on a planet, and there can be multiple nations on the planet. As far as we know, Terra has multiple nations, so this is one of the Terran governors, Asan Kiernan. This may have been the only Terran governor at the time because Terra was still kind of a developing. We're talking only about like 100 years after its first discovery, so it's still pretty small in comparison. Are most humans accepting of Devar in 2954, or does Terran xenophobia vary by region? It varies by region. People like Xenothreat absolutely despise the Devarin, but the Centralists, who are kind of the remnants of the old Meserites in the UEE in 2954, they're very xenophobic, and they see the Devarin as sort of a corrupting influence in humanity. If it was up to them, they'd genocide the entirety of the Devarin, though not every centralist is, just like any political party, not every centralist is going to believe in everything, but there's certainly extreme elements that would want to genocide all the xeno races that exist. So this is a big one, because this is the sort of first political push by the anti-Meser Terrans, anti-Earth Terrans, for autonomy. And they're trying to not only drag themselves in, but trying to drag multiple systems away from the UEE, effectively create its own separate nation, separate from the UEE, as its own independent polity. United Tribune or News Org 5438. Terra's seditious bill fails, by Raymond Castor. The motion for separation drafted by the infamous Karen governor Asan Kiernan failed to pass the public referendum today. As expected, the loyal citizens of Terra and its neighboring systems realized that Kiernan's plan for sovereignty was an ill-conceived, unrealistic idea that would lead to an unstable future for them and their children, and they made their voices heard. Going in droves to the voting stations and saying, "No, we don't agree. We don't think that the UEE is failing us. One can only hope that Kiernan gets the message." Terra Gazette 9/24/38. Governor plagued by scandal, by Viola Filler. No matter where Asan Kiernan seems to turn, he is met by another accusation. Since proposing his motion for sovereignty 6 months ago, the governor has battled accusations ranging from infidelity to drug addiction to corruption. The governor released a statement early today to all news orgs. These allegations are baseless in the extreme and are simply trying to distract from the real issue. The Imperator and his minions have mangled the process of government by ignoring the clear will of the people to emancipate themselves from the corrupt and vile government. Kiernan explained that he's obtained evidence of voter tampering and outright fraud by employees on UEE payroll. This evidence has been entered into the court system and will be part of the ongoing federal case against Emperor Mezer III. Terra Gazette 11/4/38. Xi'an Human Terrorist Network Unveiled by Raymond Castor. The enemy is among us. Early this morning, advocacy agents announced the resolution of a massive interagency undercover operation into the shadowy world of traitors and saboteurs. Dozens of arrests have been made, with more on the horizon. Unnamed sources from within the government claim that the Xi'an-funded terrorists had infiltrated various positions in government and corp structures. While we're awaiting the official statement, we have confirmed through multiple sources that the former governor of Terra, Asan Kiernan, might be implicated. The same governor, if you remember, who disappeared after the good citizens ran him out of office after his desperate and paranoid attacks to bring disorder and anarchy to the systems. So if you can't tell, they made their play and it failed. Emperor Mezer III, who, let me look at the Mezers. That was the third. Mezer III. Was it Lydia Messer? Livia Messer. Yep, it was Livia Messer. Daughter of Deacon Mezer II. She was absolutely like sadistic. I have questions. Is this where the United Empires of Earth became a federal republic or a federal union? A federal republic-ish. I'll explain that here in a moment, but it kind of remains an empire. They just bring back the three pillars. It's they defang the Imperator effectively, making an elected king. We'll talk about that here in a moment. But they made a play. It failed. The Mezers came in, kicked a bunch of people out, basically found all of the people who were anti-Mezers, arrested them and threw them in jail after trying to destroy their reputations through the media, which the Mezers at this time controlled, the advocacy, which became the Mezers' personal secret police, kind of gathering everybody together. So this is the beginning of the separation. This is sort of the start of the conflict between Earth and Terra, because at this point, most Terrans begin to see the boot that's on their neck. That is the Mezers. And the Mezers' most ardent supporters were Earthers, were people from Earth. So it was clear to a lot of people in Terra, probably the majority of the people of Terra, that they couldn't live in the UE. The UE would never respect them for what they are, and that they had to do something to either bring down the UE or separate from the UE. And since it was impossible for them to separate from the UE, they were going to bring them down. So what became as sort of a resistance movement to try to undermine the power of the Mezers has become a full-blown revolution movement. This would eventually capture people like August Dunlow, the founder of Crusader Industries, as well as people like Maria Hurston, who was Maria Wollstonecraft, I think I like that, or Maria something. She was under a different name, but she was also an anti-Mezer advocate who would eventually help lead the revolution before she married into the Hurstons. So, so you can see this sort of the beginnings of this story is here, where Terra is feeling the boot of oppression and is beginning to organize against it. 2681, Scorched Earth. In the west and the Orion system, communications with a small settlement on the Third World are lost. It's weeks before anyone thinks to check in with them. When they do, they find the township in ashes. The advocacy immediately dispatches an agent to investigate. Incident assessment. Location, Dell Township, Water Purification Settlement, Armitage Planet, Orion System. SAIC, Special Agent in Charge, Rendon Lamar. Initial visual from the sky indicates reported strafing runs of airborne weaponry on multiple, presumably small craft. No obvious use of large bore weapons or bombs. Large scorch marks on eastern and southeastern outskirts of town indicate this was where the attackers landed. Samples of scorched earth sent back to the labs for analysis. Angles of strafes are consistent with theory that the attacks came from multiple directions. Comm tower was damaged, but did not look specifically targeted. Odd. If they were raiders, wouldn't they go target? Would it be their first target be the comms? On the ground, sweeps turned up strange shell casings for hard ammo scattered throughout the town. Doesn't look human in manufacture. We'll analyze. Forward to advocacy agents with contacts in Banu Protectorate. Attackers were thorough, sweeping house to house, killing everything and everyone there. Entire 638 population of settlement has been accounted for, except one. John Phillips, 38, a farmer. Nothing to indicate why he was targeted, if in fact he was. Analysts are delving into him. We'll provide complete file when complete. Theft robbery appears to be chief motivation, but there's an inconsistency among missing items. Sometimes objects of value are left while seemingly useless trivial objects have been taken. Agent Vasquez has discovered a small comlink camera that somehow was operational during the attack. Scrubbed through the footage and found it was mostly useless. There's one frame, when zoomed in and cleared up, appears to be a grief image of the attacker attached. They were called Van Duel. Mary Hurston Hospital? Yeah, she was. Yeah, Mary Hurston Hospital lady. So, 2681, an Orion system. Dell Township is attacked by a new species that no one's seen before. Wipes everybody out, except for one person who disappears. Over the next couple of months, more and more of these attacks happen, and the UEE sends out a fleet, knowing that this is a new alien species that has been raiding into the Orion system. No attempts to communicate. They just come in and kill everything they can see. This is the Van Duel, who begin to operate in the Orion system. The Messer at the time, Corson Messer, I believe Corson Messer, this is 2681, so this was... Yeah, no, this is Ileana Messer, is distracted because she is trying to deal with the growing revolutionary movement inside the UEE, headed often by the corporations, the business and business and political leaders of Terra. And she's also dealing with this new hostile race and still dealing with the Xi'an Empire, whom she's trying to defend against. Effectively, because the Xi'an have also been kind of probing in a little bit here and there to see the weaknesses of humanity. So when the Van Duel come in full force about 10 years later, it's a bloodbath. Or 10 years later, 100 years later. No, this is a separate one, I think. This doesn't actually say. It says the citizens of Borough. I don't remember where Borough is. But 2758, not in Nottingham. United Tribute News Org Archive. January 14th, 2758. Van Duel attack by Edward Koss. The citizens of Borough thought they were ready. They had orbital defenses, deep space scans, auto locks, all with what they thought were safe. But when the Van Duel warband hits, you have to be more than ready. At 1723 local time, the attack began. Fortunately, a call went out mostly immediately. Local militia around the system scrambled their ships to rout the raiders, but it wasn't until the UE fleet arrived that the Van Duel fled like cowards back into the dark of space. The Van Duel attack lasted 27 minutes. In that time, 14 souls were extinguished and millions in property damage was destroyed or looted. The fall of Orion, which is Yeah, this is after that. This happens a couple years after that. The fall of Orion in 2712 shocks humanity. It's the first time that humanity has effectively lost a system to an alien race since the Tavaran War. And Orion is sort of like on the extreme edge of human space, so it's sort of, dealt with very moderately. Hello there, Zero. Welcome. I'm going through sort of the lore basis for the main story of Star Citizen by going through the entirety of the timeline, or the time capsules. So we're kind of heading towards the end of that. This undermines the Zero Gang has attacked. Zero Gang has attacked. This undermines the Imperators and the Mezzers' rule, because the whole reason why people were supporting the Mezzers was because of their loyalty to, or their belief that the Mezzers were keeping them safe from the aliens. This was not the case anymore. Orion had fallen. Now, Orion was like I said, an extreme edge case. It was on the border of human space. It was mostly a mining colony. There wasn't many people there. So it was sort of, okay, we lost this border world, but it's not the end of the world. We can take it back. And then they didn't. And internal corruption with the Mezzers, because of Ileana Mezzer was in 2697. Ileana's niece, Astrid, declared herself the emperor, leading to a 4-year struggle with Samuel. Samuel, who was the right heir, Ileana's son, and designated heir. So we have a 4-year civil war between the two Messers, Astrid and Sam. And eventually Sam becomes the Imperator in 2701 after they kill Astrid. So at the start, like in the middle of all these raids that are going on, because as the Vanduul are building up, because each raid is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, the Mezzers are stabbing each other in the back. So they're looking weak on top of all of this this loss. And when Sam Mezzer was in charge during the fall of the fall of Orion, when the fall of Orion happens under his rule, when Sam, he tries to cover it up. He first off uses the fall of Orion to justify why he says this is the reason why people want to follow us. They're going to look at Orion and say that's what happens when you're not loyal to us. Because Sam is insane. I have a feel the Mezzers just continues to get consistently more insane as the longer the reign comes. So it's believed to have denied support to Caliban after the fall of Orion. Caliban's right next to Orion, to leave the Vanduul enemy as a justification for the harsh militaristic government. He sent a delegation to obtain access to rights to the Bandu system of Gliese amidst the Vanduul recession, uncharacteristic of the anti-alien stance of the Mezzers. He ordered the removal of Orion and all jumps to and from UEE's non-military UEE's non-military maps. So he tried to basically pretend that Orion was never under the control of the UEE. What are you talking about? There is no war in Ba Sing Se. So the Mezzers were also rude. How you doing there? They're Space Tomato. So the people are beginning to this is the sort of the crack. The foundations have been cracking. So Sam Mezzer was dealt with, assassinated in 2715, shortly after the fall of Orion, because all of this crazy shit. Eventually, it's heavily implied that his own people just ended him. And instead, put the older brother of Samuel, Gaylor Mezzer, into power. Now, Gaylor, he was a weak boy. He was a very sick boy, and he was a very passive boy. He was not his mother's favorite, and so that's why Ileana gave it to Sam, his younger brother, rather than him. But because he was weak, he was easy to manipulate. So he became Mezzer after Samuel, And during his reign, he pulled forces out of Tohill, because Tohill was too he was trying to consolidate power. The idea was that it was too expensive to keep forces in Tohill, just to keep patrolling it. So he wanted to pull them back, and he pulled them back eventually to Castra, which is where Castra becomes more and more important in the UEE. But as a result, this leaves Tohill open for what's become known as the Revolutionary Road. So as Ileana had started this, but as the later Mezzers have become more and more fascistic, becoming more openly blackbagging people, taking them off, like disappearing them for talking out, it becomes clear that the anti-Mezzer movement, the anti-Mezzer revolutionaries, need to find a way of getting their people out of harm's way, but still keeping them in the loop for negotiations. Now, as you could have heard from the speech from Assam Kiernan, the people of Terra had contact with the Xi'an. They had possibly trade relations with the Xi'an. They had open communications with the Xi'an, which is in flagrant violation of the UEE kind of regulations. So what these anti-Mezzer advocates did was they contacted the Xi'an, and the Xi'an agreed to take in these rebels in their own sort of unofficial cause. The Xi'an have their own pirates, privateers, legalized gangs. These groups, it's a family that controls the legalized criminal organizations, legalized pirates. They swear fealty to the Emperor of the Xi'an, and their job is to basically, when other Xi'an criminals pop up, their job is to make sure that they're obeying the rules of criminality. So if they become too much of a problem, if they're posing too much of a threat to the order of the Xi'an, these people come in and just bonk them on their heads. They're part police, part organized crime, because they have kind of carte blanche to do what they want. And because they're not officially licensed by the government, they're just sort of everyone knows them sort of thing. Clearly, the lore makers of CIG have taken notes from actual human history. It sounds almost like a parody of European history. It is very similar to European history. The original idea behind the story of Star Citizen, the broad strokes, is the fall of the Roman Empire in space. I'll talk about it here in most. This is where Levski comes in? Yes, it is. So the Revolutionary Road is a road that goes from Bremen, and goes from Bremen to the Xi'an Empire through Tohill, Nyx, Tohill, and Wirtus. So it starts in Bremen and makes its way through different systems, including Nyx, where they end up in the Xi'an Empire under the control of this non-official pirate group who take them in and keep them alive, and also keep them in the loop, allow them for transferring back and forth of information. So as all of this is going on, more Vanduul attacks happen. The fall of Caliban happens. The siege of Tibur and the fall of Tibur happens. And eventually the fall of Virgil happens, where multiple systems are now falling to the Vanduul attacks. While this is going on, so effectively, the people are losing faith in the ability of the Mezzers to protect the people from the Van Duel. It's getting worse and worse. We have Gaylor Messer, then Ulysses Messer, who take over. They're both very bad at their jobs. In fact, it's during Ulysses Messer's reign when a young boy by the name of, why am I blanking on his name? I'm told to remember him and I forget his name. Anthony Tanaka. A young boy by the name of Anthony Tanaka is working a shift, pulling a double shift. This. So by the time of the later Messers, effectively, it's become a autocracy, in a kleptocracy in many ways. If you are friends with the Messers, you get positions of power. And these positions of power are overarching control over certain systems. The governor system is sort of becomes the whoever is the friend of the Messers, or the father-in-law or brother-in-law, or whatever. The people who scratch the back of the Messers end up being given power and given positions of power. And one of the things that is a problem is that these people want more money. They want more power and more money. So the corporations that are buddy with the Messers get the Messers to pass laws which lowers the working age. So it basically removes all protections for child labor. So children as young as 10 are allowed are working. Remove all environmental protections. Remove most of the rights of freedom of speech and freedom of assembly. So and basically make it a capital offense to strike. So a large number of the poorest people of the UEE are forced to work. Most of the protections and most of the health care is taken away from people. So kids are born from parents who didn't want them and are ended up abandoned. And these abandoned kids end up being sent to the mines or to the factories to work in various factory jobs. It's pretty dystopian. Like by the 28th century, unless you are like the elite, unless like you live in Terra, shit's bad. It's very bad. Croshaw specifically is, a mix of these sorts of things. And Anthony Tanaka is a young boy. He is young. He's like 12, but at the time, okay, he had been working since he was 9. So he was a veteran. He'd been working in factories for 5 years. And so one day he's having an awful day. He works a 12-hour shift and he has to pull a double shift. So he pulls a 12-hour shift and then does a full 24-hour shift because I think it's because of some issue that had arisen. And he finds out his replacement for the day went into anaphylactic shock. So he was asked to do another 12-hour shift. He's 12. Okay? He's a child. So he does what children do. He has a hissy fit because he's tired, he's exhausted, he hasn't had much food, and he is been in the exhaust pipes of a munitions factory for 24 hours cleaning them. Yes, fiction. Hey, Jeremy. So he has a hissy fit. He says, no. He throws himself on the ground and goes, no. In the middle of this factory. So in response to him having a hissy fit, one of the guards comes out, pulls out a gun, and shoots him in the head. 12 years old. This is captured on security camera. And the Terrans, who are in charge of a lot of the anti-Mezzo revolutionaries, get their hands on this footage, and they put it everywhere. Anywhere they can go, they put this footage up. It becomes all over. It goes like wildfire all over Spectrum, which is the Star Citizen's version of the internet. Everyone has seen this footage of a child getting assassinated with all the story behind it. This leads to riots. It leads to people distrusting it, because you'll never guess who actually pulled the trigger. It was an advocacy agent. The guards were the personal guards of the governor of the area, who was the brother-in-law, I believe, of Ulysses Mezer. So they saw this as basically the advocacy. The police just executed a child for not following through with this whole thing. Thank you, Space Tomato. Thank you, Miss Space Tomato. And welcome everyone from Becky's stream, by the way. This causes some friction. The RSI basically says, hey, we're going to do we're going to make sure that none of our factories and our subsidiary factories are running like this. We don't want child labor in our factories. This makes the Mezers mad, and so they remove all government contracts from RSI, but can't fully remove them. This is really the straw that breaks the camel's back. It's this moment, the assassination of Anthony Tanaka, which turns public opinion fully against the Mezers. Ulysses being kind of weak doesn't help. Now, because of the break of trust, in 2781, Linton Mezer, the son of Ulysses Mezer, and Fiona Mezer, the daughter of Ulysses Mezer, come together and realize that Ulysses, their father, is squandering their power. So they realize they have to take over. So Ulysses reaches out to the military leaders of the UEE and gets to back him in a coup. Fiona reaches out to the Terran revolutionaries, I shit you not, and says she wants their help in taking out the Imperator. She offers them military training from Marines who are specifically trained in anti-terrorist movements, to train them on how to infiltrate UEE systems, use back-channel UEE systems, to show them all the backdoor weaknesses to the UEE, like communications network, all of the secrets. When Ulysses shows up in Croshaw to inaugurate his big public works project, because he felt that the only way that people would respect him now, after all this stuff had gone tits up, was to build these gigantic coliseums, bread and circuses sort of thing. When he shows up to Croshaw, as he's driving to the new Coliseum, which has been the people of Angeli have been forced to show up. Everyone is supposed to fit into these Coliseums. They've basically been said, show up or you lose your job, or we put you in jail. One of the two. So pretty much every person who isn't on the parade route watching the Imperator come are in the Coliseum. And when the Coliseum, when he's driving to it, the rebels whom Fiona had trained blow up a bomb, manage to infiltrate the Coliseum security and detonate a bomb that destroys the Coliseum, killing thousands, hundreds of thousands, possibly, probably tens of thousands at least, in the Coliseum. One of which was August Dunlow's mother. His father was also there, who was also mortally wounded. August Dunlow would become an orphan after this. Eventually he'd be picked up by a group called Angeli's Angels and use this sort of because he knew this was done by the Mezzers, because Ulysses' motorcade was surrounded by military. They ordered him to surrender. He refused. A shootout occurred. We're talking about a military unit firing on a motorcade in the middle of a crowd of civilians. Lots of people got killed. Eventually, Ulysses realized that he was going to be killed, so he shot himself rather than being taken prisoner. Leaving Linton as the new imperator, and he's an idiot. So, 2781, young August Dunlow, who's probably like 13 at the time, 12, 13, ends up growing up and becomes a leader in the revolutionary movement in Croshaw. Ends up having to go down the revolutionary road when the advocacy attempts to assassinate him and fails. Linton also attempted to kill all of Fiona's revolutionaries, but failed to kill all of them. Several of them slip away and become a group called the Tide. This group, the Tide, has direct connections to most of the revolutionary movements in Terra. So we're seeing the Mezzers have lost a lot of their power. Earth is beginning to become shaky, and the Terran revolutionary movements, or the revolutionary movements which are backed heavily by the government and the business ventures of Terra, is starting to become more and more prevalent. No, Synthworld is not starting to that. 2789, the Cold War thaws. UEE 33rd Fleet Sea-Wing SS Lighthammer. Exos log 529-2789. 0612. Officers meeting. Went through the ComSec updates from previous 6 hours. Nothing startling. Report of a weapons discharge on Reaper class in the keel system. A deck cannon misfired after a computer error. No impact. Locally, our mirror was holding position. 0724. Reported for duty. Commander is still down with the bug. Ran system-wide diagnostic and validated weapons packages. Clear across the board. Watched our mirror run flight drills. Looked like a rapid deployment situations in upper atmosphere. Mirror meaning in this case, meaning their Xi'an counterpart, another Xi'an ship just on the other side of them. This would often happen along what's called the Peri Line, the border between the Xi'an and human empires, where the Xi'an would have their ships, the humanity would have their ships. They'd sort of pantomime each other, shadow each other, look at each other, kind of do the back and forth, sort of like, oh, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? What am I going to do? And so it was a constant sort of back and forth between the two powers, all trying to probe and figure out what's going on. Wait, was August Unload just Space Batman? Yes. Actually, yes. 11:15. Nils comms sounded like he was coming down with something. All was quiet, so I sent him to medical. His second was more than capable as a substitute. 12:32. Finally got some chow. Boredom seems to be really getting to the crew. Some tempers flared today in the mess. We'll relay to the commander and try to come up with possible solutions to relieve some stress. 15:34. I don't know where to start. I was working in my battle sim assessment in the Xi'an carrier when Shaw, comms, alerted me to the news on Spectrum. Turned on the bridge monitors to apparently Senator Akari from Terra independently brokered a treaty with the Xi'an. It's supposed to take effect on 1900 LST. The intersystem comms absolutely lit up. People thought it was a joke. Maybe some activists cracked the news orgs. It wouldn't be the first time. We couldn't honor this treaty, right? Should we arrest Akari for treason? The news wouldn't reach Earth for days, so no one knew what to do. It was just dumbfounded as everybody else, so I notified the commander, who immediately reported to the bridge. 16:20. Everyone's still flying blind. All ships on high alert. Looks like looking for any kind of sign of aggression from our mirrors. Nothing so far. This could be a Xi'an trick. I wouldn't put it past the skinks to try something this elaborate. The slinks to try something this elaborate. 1902. Our Xi'an mirror recalled its fire protocols, powered down its weapons, and backed away. I guess we're at peace. The Akari-Cray peace accord was done in secret between the Senator Akari from Terra, who, with the backing of the commercial and political elements from Terra and the anti-Mezer revolutionaries, managed to get to access the imperator or the emperor of the Jian Empire, and over the course of several months, if possible years, negotiated with the emperor a peace treaty. This idea was to lay out exactly what they were planning on doing, to put both sides at ease, to both sides back off from that, and a detente, as it were. So, when Linton Mezer was out of place, was somewhere else, Senator Akari shows up at the Senate on Earth with the treaty in hand. Unbeknownst to several of the senators, many of the senators were anti-Mezer and knew already this was happening. So pretty quickly, they laid out the details to their other colleagues, who realized this was actually a pretty reasonable deal. And before Linton Mezer could even knew what was going on, the Senate had already approved and passed the peace treaty. All it required was Linton's signature. Guess who didn't sign it? Linton. He basically said, no, it's cute. You thought this could work, but no. This is the thing that caused the Senate to turn on Linton Mezer. Now the government was against him because people thought this was a reasonable deal. A lot of people, even his own allies, thought this was a reasonable deal and would allow them to pull back from the insane spending on the military budget that they had been doing. But Linton was an idiot and didn't see any of this because he was too wrapped up in his own parties and friends to do all this stuff. So they turn on Linton. All it required at this point was a spark. And that spark would come on Garen 2. Garen 2 was an interesting thing. It was discovered under Linton Mezer's reign. And it was discovered not only to be have a system. Garen was not only a habitable system, but Garen 2 was a world with local flora and fauna and a race of beings who had advanced to the Stone Age. So you were looking at a civilization with towns and villages who were using Stone Age technologies, who communicated, who had societies on this world. And Linton Mezer proclaimed that they would be gods. And they would uplift this species and have them join the UEE. But Linton Mezer is an idiot and became bored. So after all of the public attention moved away from Garen 2, even though there was active study by anthropologists and sociologists and to kind of see what's going on, Linton Mezer decided he was going to terraform the world and sell it to some of his friends to turn into a luxury resort. So they were absolutely appalled, the sociologists, when they found out that Linton Mezer had taken his best rich buddies down to the planet and had been walking around being like, oh yeah, that'll be a great place for a pool. You can build a nice little hotel here. And they're walking around in full sight of these like Neolithic people who are seeing these people just walk around pointing at things going like, what the fuck is going on? And so the head researcher complained to the UEE saying, this is not what we agreed on. This is not what we signed up for. This is ridiculous. And we're going to expose you for all the bullshit you've done. He disappeared the next day. So, and everyone else on the project was told, shut the fuck up or you're going to disappear as well. They didn't like this. So instead, they got copies of that footage and started to leak it to a group whom we know today as the Tide. Fun fact, the people who took over after him founded Rayari, the company that is in charge of most of the kind of genetic manipulation that we see today. It's likely they were the ones who leaked this to the Tide. The Fiona's old revolutionaries who had slipped out of Mezer's net, Linton Mezer's net. So when the terraformation began, footage of the people literally choking to death was leaked to the Tide. And the Tide, using all the information and being able to override emergency broadcast signals because of what they'd been learned from the Mezers themselves, used it to project all of this information. So literally everyone's feed was interrupted by this. SSN CATV Nightly News. Good evening. This is SSN CA Nightly News for the Terra System. I'm Lawrence Wren. The systems are abuzz about the upcoming wedding between Val Mezer and Cecilia Carter. So tonight we take a look at the designers who have been selected to dress the bride and groom. System interruption. Unknown origin. Humans of the systems. This is Tide. Pull your veil from your eyes and see. Garen 2 was a developing world with vast array of species. We say was because they are no more. The Imperator and his core minions terraformed the planet, killing everything to feed their insatiable greed. Pull the veil from your eyes and see for yourself. This is when they showed the footage of the Imperator walking around showing things, and it was seen pretty quickly that the people who were in charge of the terraformation crew was the brother-in-law of Linton Mezer. Linton Mezer was personally attached to this massacre. This wasn't a massacre, this was a genocide done on live television, on live, in front of everybody. After the Mezers themselves had said they were going to, like, uplift these people. These were not the Xi'an. They're not the Tavaran. These aren't a warlike species threatening to destroy humanity. These were Stone Age people whom they destroyed because they wanted to build hotels. This was the straw that broke the camel's back. This was the, if I guess it's not straw that broke the camel's back. If Anthony Tanaka was the start of the thing, the spark that started everything, this was the explosion that ended it. Day 1, hour 3. Police comm intercept field unit. This is B234. We've had an unauthorized gathering at grid 14G. Need additional ground units deployed. Have air support on standby. Hour 5. Field unit. Get the guard. Indistinct yelling and gunshots. Get the army. Get whoever the hell you can down here. We'll get them near now. We're going to be overrun. You, shut up and gas them now. Comm lost. Day 2. From Admiral Kale, UEE High Command. Terrorists and subjugators, you are attempting to attack. Are attempting to attack Earth. You are to stop all jump point traffic. I want every single system locked down. You are authorized to use lethal force on any craft that does not divert. Failure to comply will suffer swift retribution. Signed, Admiral Ty Kale. Authorization code GHYSJ_HUDFJD_12. Day 3. Advocacy Interagency Memo. High Advocate Keller. From Naravale ACC. RE Conspirator Comm Traffic. Operatives have uncovered how the insurrectionists are still communicating between systems despite the seizure of the comm arrays. Comm messages are broken up into data segments and embedded into military communications. Analysts are trying to uncover exactly how they accessed our system. Unfortunately, it's going to take time to find and dismantle their entry points, but hopefully this will help disrupt them long enough to get the systems back under control. We'll update necessarily as necessary. Day 18. If you can't tell, this is going to be a while. This is the beginning of what's known as the anti-Mezer revolution. Once this pops off, all of those leaders who had been sequestered out of the UE have been funneled directly back to their systems. People like Maria Hurston, August Dunlow begin to be the focal points and rallying cries to run these demonstrations. These demonstrations become riots. These riots become military actions against local military forces. Because the military has locked down all travel between systems, it becomes more and more difficult to figure out what's going on. Things are getting bad, and the Mezzers are quickly losing control of the situation. Day 18, Luther Free Plus flyer posted in Croshaw system. Almost certainly this is entirely August Dunlow's things. Boots open fire at protesters. Brothers and sisters, we have learned that 2 days ago, military and police forces opened fire, killing over 230 peaceful demonstrators on Vale. We've tried to be civil. We've resisted the urge to match the violence of this despotic government with violence, but now we say no more. We will no longer wage war with our ideas. We will rip the imperator out of his throne. So strike out, brothers and sisters. Strike at the fiendish fist of your oppressor. So by 18 days, it's a full-blown revolution. It's likely at this point, famous groups like the Bremen Defense Force side with the rebels. Multiple insurrections inside the UEE military turn on the UEE, seeing what's going on, and it is open conflict. There's a famous image on Earth where a cyclone is driven into the presidential palace and blocks the access to it, driven by revolutionaries who use it as a blockade to prevent the escape of Linton Messer. What's your best video about learning about Asperia Prowler? I did one on Asperia itself that probably does. But I've also done one on the Tavaran, I think, on it as well. Yeah. Day 22. New United News Org Archive, published May 3rd, 2792. A New Dawn by Declan Farwell. We have awoken from a nightmare. Those are the words spoken by the new Imperator Aaron Toy yesterday after announcing the capture of Imperator Messer the 11th, Linton Messer. It's a brand new day indeed. Even in this news org, long unofficial mouthpiece for the Imperator, we've finally been able to be encouraged to write the truth without UEE censors looking over our shoulders. It's hard to believe, looking back, that the incident on Garen 2 would be the powder keg that brought it all down. Sure, it wasn't a singular catalyst. There were incidents that built up to it. But from the bravery of Senator Kari to the activists who rallied all those years despite incarceration or death. Aside from instituting term limits for the Imperator, Tory worked with the newly elected senators to restore the tribunal positions of old. The new High General, High Secretary, and High Advocate will work under the Imperator position, but with the power to disempower them should another despot attempt to seize control. That's sort of there's no new High General, there's still a High Command, but it's a little different. We woke up. Though the day we're facing is unknown, we have seen how far we can fall, so we must make sure that every step we take is a step up. By the end of 2792, the Mezzers have gone. An alliance, a coalition of forces between former Mezzer advocates, Terran revolutionaries, and other moderates has overthrown the old Mezzer rule. It would take years for the Mezzers to fully be exposed, and this is one of the major problems, that it becomes the major focal point for the Terrans. The Terrans believed that reminder, this is where the UE becomes a federal republic. The Terrans believe at this that the work is half done. They think that the UEE is still riddled with Mezzerites, with people who are loyal to the Mezzers. And they believe that these people will hide in secret, that they will swear allegiance to this new government and do everything they can to rip it down. So the only way that they can ensure that they don't see another despot is to completely throw out the old system and institute a new one. They call this idea the Governance Modernization Act. And it starts with the passage, this idea starts with the passage of the Fair Chance Act. 2795, a kinder, gentler human. Fair Chance Act, principles, designation of developing species, terraforming articles and conditions, resources for ecological protection, judicial review, and criminal prosecution. Section 1, Principles, Article 1. The aim of this act is to protect the lives and well-being of species, hereafter species, on planets who have not developed but possess the reasonable capability for evolution into intelligence, based on the responsibility of human beings for their fellow creatures. No one may cause a species pain, suffering, or harm without good reason. Section 2, Designation developing species. Article 2, upon discovery of a new planet and/or system, an independent panel consisting of UEE representatives, exobiologists, and core engineers, hereafter known as panel, will 1. Run non-invasive scans and assessment on each planet of the system to understand where its life is already developing. 2. Submit all reports and present findings to the UEE Senate Subcommittee on Expansion and Development. 3. Monitor and maintain ecological sanctity of any planet deemed developing by conclusion between independent panel and subcommittee to protect development of species. Article 2A. 1. Panel will develop and present system of criteria to determine what classifies as a developing species. 2. The UEE Subcommittee on Expansion and Development shall be empowered, in agreement with the Imperator and Senate, to issue ordinances with the consent of the High Secretary. It may, in particular, 1. Classify a world as sanctuary, in which A. All indigenous life forms will be left untouched from any human involvement. B. Any attempt to terraform and extract resources as they, biologic or mineral, will result in criminal prosecution, laid out in Section 5. 2. Divert military resources to maintain the sanctity of protected world with the consent and help of the High Command. Section 3. Terraforming articles and conditions, continued. The Franchise Act is the closest thing to the UEE's Prime Directive. It basically sets out that there will be worlds that will be protected by the UEE from development. It's half instituted, but it kind of sets the idea that humanity can't just sort of bulldoze their way through life anymore. They have to start to think of the wider implications of their actions. The idea of a kindler, gentle human is this big sort of movement promoted by the Terrans in the post-Messer era, in this sort of period. So, before, in this time period, the Governance Modernization Act is proposed. The Governance Modernization Act specifically talks about the removal of Earth as the capital, moving it to Terra, because the Terran politicians and those who are loyal to the Terran cause believe that Earth is corrupt. It's a corrupt hellscape where all of the old powers are, and while Earth, the capital of the UEE, remains at Earth, it will remain corrupted, and it needs to be removed, excised from its position to a new location. They believe that Terra is better economically, it's more free, it wasn't directly implicated in the Messer rule. They wanted to completely revamp the citizenship system, do away with the citizenship system, creating what they call the Democratic Stellar Union, which is a overtly democratic system with a lot more checks and balances in place, with no imperator, effectively creating more of what we'd think of today as a democratic liberal republic. It goes terribly. The people who were entrenched on Earth, especially the former Messer, the former Messer loyalists who had turned on Messer at the 11th hour, panic. The corporations who've set up on Earth and who've seen Earth as the centralization of power begin to spread rumors that this sort of change was going to cause economic collapse, that people would lose their jobs and their homes. And so it was just too far, too fast. We've already committed a revolution. We can't do this. So many people are pro-government modernization. Many people are anti-government modernization. But when a pro-government, Governance Modernization Act rally happens, and it runs directly into an anti-governance rally, and those rallies turn into a fist fight and turn into a riot where both sides are beating the shit out of each other, Aaron Toy, who's the Imperator at the time, basically says, this is going to turn into a civil war. If we don't deal with this now, we're going to go back into a civil war. We just got out of a revolution. We cannot descend into more chaos. I am not going to let more people die because of this. So, despite her own ability to try to move and shake and get many people behind this idea, because she actually sort of stayed in the background, agreed to a lot of people's proposals so that she could get their political capital to help the Democratic Stellar Union become a thing, the Governance Modernization Act, she has to push for the vote too early. It fails. But in the failure of the Governance Modernization Act, there were still some improvements over things. But when it failed, this created a new party known as the Transitionalist Party. The Transitionalist Party is the party that is what we would see as the Terran loyalists. They want to move the capital to Earth, or from Earth to Terra, and they believe that the biggest threat to humanity is internal. That the people like the Meserites and people who were loyal to the Meserites are the most dangerous people to humanity. That they will drag all of us into a civil war before actually admitting that they were wrong. All right, Adam, thanks for hanging out. Is the UE closer to Canadian democracy or American democracy? Neither. The UE is far more Roman democracy because of its, you have to be a citizen to do anything. So. All right. So this is the sort of nexus point of conflict. Now that we've gone through the Meser era, we know that Earth is still associated with the Mesers. A lot of the people who were pro-Mesers are still headquartered at Earth, and they're seen as sort of the old guard, the corrupted guard. They're corruption, the old money. Whereas new money and Terra are seen as more more high. They're more refined, more intellectual. They're the they're traders, they're business people, and they just want to kind of help good business happen everywhere. But this kinder, gentler humanity does go forward. The UEE stays as the UEE. Very few things change in the UEE. And I want to emphasize this. The empire of the Mesers is the same empire that we have in the UEE in 2954. The only major change is that the Imperator is now elected for a single 10-year term. But the Imperator is still effectively the head of the government. They are still a dictator. We basically elect a dictator every 10 years to take the positions. And it's just sort of practice that because you can only serve one 10-year term, it's sort of practice that you bow out after your 10-year term and you do not try to seek re-election. And yes, it is against the law to seek re-election, but the Imperator is basically an autocrat. They have all the power they need. There are some checks and balances in place, but if I remember correctly, it basically takes the entire triumvirate, complete triumvirate vote to override the Imperator. 2800, the neutral zone. The dawn of the 29th century, a newly elected Imperator, Marshal Leon, invited representatives from the Xi'an Empire, the Banu Protectorate, as well as the delegation of Devarin to attend the gala celebration in an orbital platform. Attempts were made to invite the Vandul. They were not successful. Imperator Marshal Leon quieted the massive crowd and spoke. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. That's a word that hasn't been associated much with humanity. We know over those dark centuries that we have been intolerant. We know that we've been distrusting. We've been cruel, but our civilization has a saying that goes back thousands of years. People change. And it's true, people can change. We can change because we've seen the error of our ways. We can change because we want to. Named after the biblical ship, we constructed this ark as a vessel for space and time. A place to learn about all races who discovered and those yet to be discovered. A place not bound by a planet or a species, because placing it on a planet is to say it belongs to the species that inhabits it. No, the ark must be about all of us. It must belong to all of us. We offer this ark to the universe as a place to study, a place to meet. The ark shall act as a politically neutral zone where representatives can meet to resolve problems through discourse. I'm proud to open these doors and beg all of you to fill it with the vast knowledge and colorful history that each and every species has to offer. Let this ark stand as a testament and proud record to the lives that we, those before us, have all lived. The Ark Project was Marshal Leone was Senator Leone before this. He was Imperator Toy's advisor, and he was the second Imperator of the new UEE. But his idea was to create a space station, a mobile space station that could move. That would be a mobile repository of all information gathered. It is a 30th century, or I guess 29th century, Library of Alexandria. And the Xi'an, the Devarin, the Banu, all contributed information from their own species to this library, including all of recorded human knowledge. The Ark is very important in the Star Citizen universe and the Star Citizen story because it is where the Galactopedia comes from. It is also where the star map comes from. Before the Ark was developed, star maps were scattered and fragmented. You had to kind of know somebody who knew someone and get some stuff. Maybe a local surveyor company might have some. The ICC Stellar surveyors might have different maps of different regions. Some of them may be older than others. But the Ark took all of these maps and basically created a single unified map that they updated through ICC Stellar Surveyor map. So the star map you use on your Mobiglass is completely maintained and run by the Ark project. The Ark project is a completely independent system. It is not run by the government. It is funded by the government, but it is completely independent of government control. The Ark Project was a dream given form. Yeah, it is not a subtle allusion to the Babylon 5. But that is where a lot of the stuff, the information that even I do for lore comes from the Ark, from the Galactopedia Ark. So, 2872, Behold Sisyphus. New United News Org Archive, published 3/5/2872, Synth World by Peter Marks. We're on the threshold of progress. That was the mood this morning at the Senate when the Imperator made the announcement. The government finally unveiled the Project Archangel, whispers of which had been drifting around the news circuits for weeks. In short, Project Archangel is a UEE-led initiative to literally build a planet from scratch. Humanity has finally come up with a solution that avoids the complicated moral minefield of terraforming. No longer will we have to convert pre-existing planets. Now we can build them. Though the technology is not completed, scientists believe that we will be able to attempt to build a prototype world within our lifetime. The implications of this achievement have reverberated through science, politics, and even social spheres. The Xi'an Emperor Krei has even issued a statement. It is very encouraging. My people will watch the project's development with great interest. If perfected, the synth world would erase the shame humanity had to carry for 3 centuries of unbridled imperialism. The Imperator finished his speech by inviting any and all scientists from the Banu or Xi'an civilizations to witness the development firsthand. We don't want to keep this technology. The ability to build worlds should be free to any and all cultures, so there will never be a need to fight over something as trivial as land ever again. Project Archangel. So, the money pit. Synth world is the idea of being able to artificially construct a planet. Now, the question that is still up to debate, is this a planet? Is this like a artificial world, like a Halo from the Halo series, or something similar to that, like a Dyson sphere? It doesn't seem like it. It seems like it is a literal planet, building a literal planet from scratch. So it does work. They've gotten close to building in the past, but it has never fully been realized. To build a planet from scratch and be able to bring life to it. Here's, by the way, my Twitch didn't update my phone number, and I found this out when I browser logged me out, so I couldn't be forced. Oh, that sucks. It could also be, my other theory is that it's not just a world from scratch. I believe it may also be a layered onion world where you have the exterior planet and then you have like, different levels all the way down to the core to be able to create a planet that could hold many more people. We haven't really got a lot of ideas of what the synth world directly is because CIG is keeping that vague, but this is another major aspect of the Star Citizen story. This is going to come up again and again and again in the Star Citizen universe. Synth world. Synth world is a huge plot point, which I wouldn't be surprised ends up in the 1.0 release as some elements of this coming up there. The Money Pit. This is where it calls it the Money Pit. 2920, the Money Pit. Terran Gazette, News Org Archive, originally published 5/28/2920. Financial jump point. There is a space anomaly out there. It's a jump point of sorts that no pilot or ship will be able to navigate because it will only let out money because it will only let money go into it, and that money is never seen again. I'm talking, of course, about this synth world nonsense. It's been almost 50 years since they announced Project Archangel, and frankly, what have we got? To me, it seems like we're no closer to synthesizing a world than we were back when it was all wide-eyed and promises and hope. The simple reality is that this attempt to build synth world is coming at the cost to all other worlds. And we have a government who's desperate to make the work that they're willing, so desperate to make this work that they're willing to let the military and infrastructure suffer to keep paying for it. I get it. I do. They're building this because of all the races wiped out during the terraforming era. It's a great idea, sure, but enough is enough. I think 50 years of failure should be a good indicator that we need to move on. Nope. Every year we get more assurances that the scientists are making, quote, new advances, unquote, that should finally figure out how to stabilize the growth process. But they never deliver because of what do we have after all this time? A shifting, unstable planetary mass. We need to get someone in power who have the courage to say, stop. Either someone needs to crochet the politics and pull the plug on this money parasite, or the rest of the systems are going to go fall down with it. This may not be popular to say, but I guarantee that people are thinking it. This was Earth's big idea to make up for the terrible things that they did over the Meso era. We in Terra have clear conscience because of our forefathers managed to distance themselves from the awfulness of that age. If Earth wants this ridiculous project to clear their conscience, fine, but I don't see why we have to go down with the ship. Maybe it's time for us to be on our own. Earth v Terra. So we can start to see the sort of the breaking point here. Earth is trying to do grand gestures to make up for their whole fascism thing. And Terra is like, hey, we wanted reform. You want giant projects which don't go anywhere. You're spending like crazy for nothing. You've not learned a dang thing from the Mesers. You're just doing the same thing, but now you're doing it as a big apology. So. $29.28 campaign promises. This is probably more like $29.29, but yeah. UE Subcommittee on Spectrum Approval, Kelos Costigan Electrician Spot. TRT, 30 seconds. Martin Bish. Commercial type, AV, NPS. Ad begins, VO, and images. A budget spiraling out of control. The Synth World Project's future in question. Vandal attacks on the rise in the Western systems. Problems for us all. Sure, but it's tough to keep this in perspective when you're trying to support a family. In these times of economic instability, you want an imperator that will right the ship and set it back on course. That candidate is Kelos Costigan. An economic strategist for over 2 decades, Kelos helped dozens of worlds reach their technological equity that most of us take for granted. Policies enacted in his second term as High Secretary yielded the highest single-cycle growth in 37 years. He has the experience and the knowledge to help get humanity out of the red and back in the black. End title text. Please search Kelos Costigan to learn more about policy. This message was created under the approval of Kelos Costigan Campaign, UE Organization Code number 5985938GH. End spot. Kelos Costigan is important because he is a sort of represents the middle way. The people who want the old Meser era are known as the centralists. The people who want the new way are known as the transitionalists. The moderates that kind of try to thread the needle between those two are called the universalists. Carlos Costigan is a universalist. And he runs for the UEE, for Imperator, and loses in 2930. But he does run again in 2940 and wins. Brian Winters, ebook report. Mist and Go, a grade 5. Burning Sky, a Squadron 42 adventure. This break, I read Burning Sky. It was really good. It was all about Squadron 42, who are awesome. It takes place in 2910 when a bunch of Vanduul warships attacked their carrier. The main character was Lieutenant Terrence Nolan. He was from a small town in the Elysium system, sort of like one of my cousins lives in. He joined the fleet instead of going to school because he wanted to see the stars. There was a good scene where he was out in the fields looking up at the sky and wondering what was out there. He wanted to see what nobody's ever seen. It was a cool idea. Like there was a whole groups of aliens and that we haven't met. I thought of that. Since when I'm a pilot, I just want to see a nebula, a big one. I think that'll be Max. After flight school, Lieutenant Terrence Nolan went to the eastern sectors. He was part of the patrolling along the Xi'an border. He was pretty bored because nothing really happened. Then one shift, he saw a small transport getting chased by pirates. Even though there were like 4 pirates and Lieutenant Nolan was all alone, he attacked. It was crazy, and his ship was getting all shot up. And but he got like 3 of the pirates before the other pilots showed up. He saved the transport. After that, he got congratulated, then lectured by his commander. He was mad because he was stupid for him to take on 4 pirates on his own. That's how he got drafted into Squadron 42. They like that kind of stupid. Lieutenant Nolan gets transferred back to the Western systems, where he's part of the squadron. While the rest of the fleet runs from the Vanduul, they go looking for a fight. They're like the only thing standing between our systems and a bunch of raiders. Their commander was a smart, tough lady named Arya Riley. She's been fighting her whole life ever since her town was burned by raiders. Their carrier was headed past the settlements into the unclaimed space. They were hunting. After 2 weeks on the carrier, it seemed like no one liked Lieutenant Nolan. They all thought he was a wimp. But then the next morning, the ship got ambushed by a bunch of Vanduul scythes, like a bunch of them, like 100 of them. Lieutenant Nolan and other pilots jumped their systems into their ships and blasted off to fight them. Battle lasted 6 hours. The fighters twisted through space trying to blow each other up, while the carrier battled the Vanduul destroyer that was lying in wait. It looked like they were going to lose, but then Lieutenant Nolan took command of his pilots, who were still alive, and fought back even harder. They didn't even give up, no matter what. Reading this book was really fun. It was a little boring before the battles, but I'm glad I stuck with it. Aded says that he remembered when this happened back when he was a kid. He loves Squadron 40, the 42nd Squadron too. He says he's got a bunch of other to transmit to me. I hope I'm just like that Lieutenant Nolan when I become a pilot. I think everyone should read this. That's my report. 2934. What happened to the vegan system? Vega system. $29.42 today. That's all it says. So that's the entirety of the stuff. I kind of gave you some more stuff that's not in this that was kind of expanded upon later. This was written again October 10th, 2012. That's when this first came out. So I'll work on some Squadron 42 legend in there. Yeah. So hopefully you enjoyed this little insight into it. Hopefully you can kind of gather the conflict that's starting to arise between the two sides. It's really a fight that's going back to the Meser era. Effectively, the UEE hasn't really changed since the fall of the Mesers. It's simply morphed. It's the same system that has existed since the Ivor Meser took over, but now the people in charge are just a little bit less dictatorial. And as a result, the Terrans want a more democratic system. They want to take down the UEE. The centralists want to retain the old system, possibly even go back to this Meser-style rule. But then the universalists kind of trying to find this middle way between the two. And they kind of represent a lot of different other views and beliefs in the UEE. There's plenty of people who would love to see the capital of the UE turned to Terra. There's people who would love to see it stay on Earth. There's people who just don't care because there's too many other things that are kind of out there. Yeah, that is the sort of the basis upon which, if you want to know more in depth, more detailed in terms of what's going to go on in the future between these two, I'm going to be doing a video which goes on in far more detail, bringing up more references and that kind of stuff. But I wanted to show this off because this is the main thing that is always talked about by the writers as if you want to see where the story of Star Citizen is, read that. So hopefully that can get you some stuff. I'm going to go to bed here shortly because it's getting kind of late here. I don't want to go on forever, but please do. If you have any questions or comments, let me know here. Hot take, the measures were bad, but there were a smaller influence on the UE itself than anyone thinks. So getting rid of them wasn't a silver bullet to fix everything, basically. And if you, from reading this again, it's clear that the writers were insinuating that as far back as the formation of the UPE, that the system itself was to blame. The measures just simply took advantage of the system that already existed. The ones that control citizenship have the real power. Yes. Because as I want to reinforce the idea, citizenship is not guaranteed. Service doesn't guarantee citizenship. It just is good on the resume. Thank you for watching, Tate. Those of you watching after the fact, make sure you hit that follow button on Twitch. I do stream on Twitch frequently, twitch.tv/TheAstroPub. If you're watching this on YouTube after the fact and you enjoyed this, if this for somehow your first exposure to me, I have far more detailed and better written and better organized videos on this page, including introductions to Star Citizen lore to help you out, some short, some longer, a complete breakdown of all this kind of stuff. So make sure you hit that subscribe button, like the video if you enjoyed this, hit the bell icon to be notified when these release. And of course, down below, I'd love to hear your thoughts on any of this stuff. I kind of hope the freshly cut loose Vanduul ends up making their way to the Ark and adopts them as their clan, becomes the angriest librarian in the verse. Citizenship is doled out by review panel. They judge whatever they want you to be or not. Yeah, effectively. Unless you can actually hear the NPCs talk back and forth. Have you considered doing a review of some of the wild lines and exactly what they're talking about? I have. I have to go through and actually listen to those wild lines though, so. But is citizenship a facade? It sort of is and isn't. In game, it is actually a mechanic. It's going to be something that allows you to buy and settle land, buy land and settle it in UE space, which is a little bit more protected. Gives you some other perks as well, but it is the main perk for completing the main story mission of Star Citizen. So while we don't have exact benefits of it, we do know things like voting rights and stuff like that exist, but there'll be some other bonuses, perks as well in game. Like one of which is going to be what is it? The mechanic is a warranty, a transferable warranty to allow for you to get your ship back if you have insurance on it rather than getting credits back for it. That's one of the benefits of citizenship. If we can gain citizenship in Star Citizen, think we can lose it too. They did mention that you could lose citizenship at some point. Are they trying to build a planet by smashing asteroids together, or is it more Death Star style? It sounds like they're trying to do it by smashing asteroids together. After reading that again for the second time, it feels more like what they're trying to do is take asteroids and then sort of create a molten core and then build the core out, but they can't keep it stabilized. It keeps falling apart. So you think the Earth v Terra will be more intense in our future? Yes, it's definitely going to be a major conflict. I believe that in 1.0, we're probably looking at a more clandestine action. Extreme groups like, say, Xenothreat versus groups like, say, Citizens for Prosperity, or even groups like the People's Alliance of Levski, or the People's Alliance is what they're known now, not just Levski, might be representations of the People's Alliance, and Xenothreat are kind of extreme examples. People's Alliance is very similar to the Terran factions of the Transitionalists, and the Xenothreat are very similar to the extreme factions of the Centralists or the Earth supporters. So we might see some sort of proxy war going on between these two factions that sort of becomes the main factor of the main story. I didn't mention as well that Fiona Messer was never discovered. Linton Messer was arrested and executed, but Fiona Messer escaped. She was never discovered. Turns out that she was the one who actually hid away the tide, and the tide got away from her. Like, they were able to go rogue, but she had been the one who saved them from being destroyed, to use them in her own bid for power. Think the story of StarCraft II: Wings of Liberty. You know, the son of the leader of the dictator turning to the rebels to help them out. I hope Synthworld just actually turns out to be a lump of dirt floating haphazardly through space. That nascent AI living under ArcCorp could also throw a spanner in the works of everything too. That's the other thing I didn't mention. AI is going to be a major plot point because AI never went anywhere. Even though it was banned, AI is still going to be actively a part of the UEE. The current Imperator, in fact, is actively encouraging people, or wants to relight AI development. And it's been talked about by the developers, the writers, that AI is going to be a major plot point in the story. So AI will play a role in the story of Star Citizen. Any other questions before we wrap it up? All right. Once again, thank you for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed this. If you did enjoy this, I am going to be doing another video specifically on this topic, which will be released in the new year. If you really enjoy this, it will be released to my Patreons first. This will probably be the first of the videos that's going to be in Patreon for a little bit, maybe about a week or so, before it's released to everybody else. I do plan on doing more videos that are going to be kind of timed exclusive for Patreon, because unfortunately, January and February are pretty dead months for YouTube. So while I do want to do content just to continue my presence on YouTube, I also know that it's not good, that those videos aren't going to do as well as, you know, the videos later. So you'll see, if you're on Patreon, you'll see more videos being released over the next couple of months. Those videos will end up being released for everybody else, but they'll be released later. So thank you for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Like I say every time, remember, ex historia ad astra.